This magician is simply not scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Goodbye Brank. The L'Amour Steam Tower has seen several powerful supernatural beings appear during this period. This flame wizard named Andre is one of them. Some time ago, there was a large-scale spirit bite attack on the L'Amour Steam Tower. The wizard named Andre used his flame magic combined with wind magic to cover almost a quarter of the area of the L'Amour Steam Lighthouse with flames. It was simply a human-shaped flamethrower. Thousands of spirit bite were killed and sent back to the spiritual world cycle ecology. Spirit bite is a kind of spirituality from the real world that is deposited in the spiritual world. After accumulating a certain number in certain areas, it forms a kind of spiritual creature. These spirit bite are the size of wild dogs, and their bodies are like rugby balls. They have two thick legs on the left and right. Next to the front half of the two legs is the rather ferocious fang mouth parts. The legs are all below the neck, and the mouth is all above the neck. One bite can bite off something half the size of their body. And this is also one of the sources of this weird spiritual creature spirit bite. The Battle of the Spirit Bite Attack. This wizard named Andre used his flames to illuminate the darkness polluted by the dark sun, and became famous in the L'Amour Steam Tower area. Now you have to ask Andre at the L'Amour Steam Lighthouse. Everyone knows that this flame wizard named Andre is particularly good at spitting fire. When Blank came to check Tucker's breakthrough and followed Ziller to explore the entire L'Amour Steam Tower, he met this wizard named Andre. At that time, he chatted casually. Along with the blazing flames in the sky, fist-sized stinging spirit bees kept falling like hail and bullets. There was even a faint smell of burning. This large-scale fire witchcraft is really powerful. Even I can't stop it head-on. When Blank was thinking, Andre not far away had already walked over. Tucker looked up and down at Blank, who was wearing black rune leather armor, holding a blood-red rune longsword, with a neat short hair, handsome demeanor, and a more mature temperament than before, and asked with interest, "Are you going to collect the honey that can nourish the soul?" "Yes." Blank nodded. The fire wizard Andre in front of him, who was quite powerful, was dressed a little shabby. Only the fire rune ring on his right hand was barely eye-catching. It was a pity that it was a weak rune ring, not a ring with the power of a complete fire rune. But this did not seem to hinder the fire wizard from using his means. "In that case, let's go together." Tucker walked around Blank and walked forward. "Anyway, there is a lot of honey in the mother nest," Tucker said as he walked in front. "A few days ago, an assassin on our side stole a batch of honey while a group of wizards set fire to the mother nest mountain from another direction. I was lucky enough to get a small bottle. It's quite delicious, and my soul trembles." Tucker sighed softly. "And it has a very good nourishing effect on the soul. It can relieve the mental tension after long-term practice, practicing spells, and learning and understanding classics. I heard that the Tree Heart Crypt Tavern has launched honey wine, and the price is quite expensive. When you are at the 3rd level, you have to start laying the foundation for the 4th level of the extraordinary state. You have to start nourishing your soul, body, and source energy pool. Even after entering the extraordinary state, you need to use good resources to cultivate and nourish your extraordinary state. In this way, even if the physical body is destroyed in the future, the extraordinary state can adapt well to the various ecosystems of the extraordinary world. And this is why I came to purchase the mother nest honey today." After he had almost finished his story, Tucker asked Blank, who was following behind him, "What level are you?" "We don't seem to be familiar enough to communicate with each other," said Blank indifferently. "Well, I just asked casually. After all, it's a bit rude for me to directly say that your level is 35. Blank. While talking, the two people, who were not slow, had already followed a passage and entered the Spirit Bee Mother Nest Mountain. Originally, they would be attacked by many stinging spirit bees outside. After entering, they would be attacked by those elite stinging spirit bees of more than 30 or even more than 40 levels. But when the two came in, Blank suddenly found that the stinging spirit bees that were chasing the two outside. Suddenly, they stopped chasing the two, and even the high-level stinging spirit bees inside began to ignore the two. The level 40 elite stinging spirit bee that flew towards them, as big as a Siamese cat, directly bypassed the two. Seeing this scene, Blank began to doubt the information he had obtained before. Did they say that after entering, we would be attacked more? When did the intelligence become so wrong? Looking at the incredible scene around him, Blank was puzzled. Could it be? Blank looked at the fire wizard who was leading the way in front, and couldn't help but tighten the sword in his hand. Your steam sequence is absorbed too quickly. At this moment, the wizard named Andre in front spoke again. The ecology of your extraordinary swordsman is far less than that of wizards, and the balance, strength and ecological cycle are far less than those of wizards. It takes more time to digest and adapt to the steam core. Tucker's words made the bloodlight in the depths of Blank's eyes burst out, like a bloody light. Although I know you are a very powerful wizard, it's not good for you to pry into other people's privacy like this. Who are you? The other party had discovered too many things, which made Blank very alert. Who else could it be? Back then, when I was in the Demon King's seal, I took you to experience the true meaning of death, Tucker said lazily. Tucker. Blank's pupils shrank suddenly. Tucker's words made Blank instantly confirm that the Andre in front of him was the real Tucker. After all, no one else knew that he and Tucker had joined forces in the Demon King's seal. It's really you. His eyes quickly swept over the guy in front of him who was called Andre but was actually Tucker, and a look of joy climbed up his eyebrows. Aren't you breaking through? As soon as the words came out, Blank suddenly realized that's a trap. No wonder I said there was no movement. Let people think you are inside, but you are actually outside, so that no one can doubt your identity as Andre. In addition, you are also level 3. I thought I was upgrading fast enough, but I didn't expect you to be faster than me. Still not as fast as you. You are level 35, and I am only level 33. Tucker responded while exploring the increasingly narrow road ahead. How did you do it? Blank was very curious when he saw the stinging bees flying in front of him, actively avoiding the two of them. Well, it fits in with the ecological world of this mother nest, making us a part of the mother nest. Then, those stinging bees will not attack us. Blank thought. Although I don't quite understand how you did it, it looks amazing. Actually, it's not that amazing, shhh. As he spoke, Tucker lowered his voice and made a shushing gesture to Blank behind him. At the same time, Blank also held his breath and concentrated. Amid the buzzing of a large number of stinging bees, Blank heard footsteps at the corner in front, getting closer and closer. Are there other people coming in to steal honey like us? Or, enemies? Just when Blank was confused, he saw Tucker making a throat-wiping gesture to him. Blank understood instantly. Although Tucker was cruel and ruthless, he was not so crazy that he would punish the other party for stealing honey with a death penalty. Since Tucker wanted to kill someone, then this person would most likely be a member of the Dark Sun Church. What are the people of the Dark Sun Church doing here? With the sound of footsteps. When the two fourth-level extraordinary people walked out of the passage in front at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. These two fourth-level extraordinary people. One Dark Sun Shepherd, level 46. One Dark Sun Wizard, level 47. These two people obviously did not realize that someone would ambush them here. In fact, both of them were still in a state of perception. If there was someone in front of them, they would still be able to feel something. But they did not feel anyone in front of them at all. At the moment when the two people appeared. Die? Blank's sword light burst out instantly, and the blood-colored sword light contained the ultimate sword classics. The shepherd's head flew on the spot. Sheep transformation. Tucker's level 39 2-star sheep transformation technique also directly enveloped the level 47 Dark Sun Wizard. But the Dark Sun Wizard was in the process of turning into sheep. Bang! There was a slight explosion, leaving a group of sticky dark shadows on the ground, and the level 47 Dark Sun Wizard had disappeared. Huh? Tucker raised his eyebrows. As expected of a fourth-level Dark Sun Wizard who has condensed to supernatural state, he still has something. Tucker took a look at the shepherd whose head was cut off. He saw that his head fell to the ground, and after rolling for a while, a body quickly grew under the head, and quickly became a grotesque evil. And in the place where his headless body was originally, a group of Dark Sun bonfires were burning. As the Dark Sun bonfire burned, Dark Sun evils continued to appear on the surrounding walls. This guy began to release his Dark Sun evil. Can you get rid of this guy? Tucker asked. No problem. Blank, holding a blood-colored rune sword, said straightforwardly. Well, I'm going to chase that guy, you be careful. After saying that, Tucker took a step and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 202 The Fall of the Dark Sun Wizard. In a dark fire stump outside the Thornby Mother Nest Mountain in the spirit world, the Dark Sun Wizard Oglu jumped out of it. For magical creatures like Saint Land, digging Saint Land materials and refining them. Using them to make such dark fire stumps is very suitable for them to escape. Looking at the Thornby Mother Nest Mountain, Oglu's face changed from cloudy to bright. Such a strong sheep transformation technique, even my extraordinary state can't stand it. When I escaped just now, Gracie's head seemed to fly very high. Although this attack won't kill him, but those two shameless guys are hiding somewhere to attack. Gracie must not survive. Shameless Saint Land Extraordinary actually dared to attack. Oglu cursed in a low voice. Fortunately, I escaped. At this moment, Oglu suddenly realized something. He suddenly grabbed the dark fire stump next to him, and then pinched it. Bang! The dark fire broke out. The range of more than 10 meters was quickly ignited. In the flames of the dark sun, Oglu emerged, and 2 dark sun candles appeared on his shoulders. Then, Oglu looked coldly at the dark corner not far away. This move seems familiar. The dark sun candles burning on the shoulders can greatly resist, distort, and pollute witchcraft. Not only can it resist the sheep transformation technique, but it can also resist my holy light healing technique to a certain extent. Tucker, who was discovered, did not hide and walked out from behind the boulder. When Tucker examined the Dark Sun Wizard, the Dark Sun Wizard also examined Tucker. This outside is already covered by the light of the Dark Sun. At the same time, I also lit the Dark Sun candles. This Saint Lander wizard is not afraid at all. Who is this guy? After examining the 3rd level wizard in front of him for a moment, Oglu remembered who he was. It's the fire wizard Andre. They have been collecting information about Lamor during this period to prepare for the next step. Naturally, they know that during this period, the fire wizard Andre who was so powerful in spitting fire. A few times ago, several herders drove a large number of spirit bites over to destroy the steam tower of Lamor, but this guy killed more than half of them. This damn fire wizard. The ring staff in Oglu's hand shook slightly. Hula! A large number of dark sun flame bats flew rapidly towards Tucker, like arrows. Tucker had already prepared the micro-hurricane spell, and gently waved it. A strong wind wall quickly formed in front of Tucker. Bang bang bang. Dark sun flame bats exploded on the wind wall. During this period, using fireball spells as experimental witchcraft, Tucker has also been constantly building his own ecological magic net. Now, Tucker's ecological magic net has taken shape. In addition, after Tucker advanced, his soul strength has risen, and the spell response speed has become faster. This also makes Tucker's current casting speed much faster than when he was at the 2nd level. Prepare witchcraft in the magic net in advance. 1-star minor witchcraft can basically be performed one after another without interruption. There is another benefit of having an ecological magic net. That is, you can pour out all the prepared witchcraft in a short time. While blocking the opponent's fire bat, Tucker started with an arcane shot. The Dark Sun Wizard's figure instantly turned into flames, trying to avoid the attack. At the same time, similar flames appeared in several places where the Dark Sun flames were burning. However, the location where the gunshot ended was exactly the real and accurate landing point in the Dark Sun flames. The shooting of the arcane bullet exploded on the shield on its body surface. It can use flames to escape. Moreover, the power of the Dark Sun flame is very powerful. During the attack, Tucker's offensive ideas were also quickly sorted out. The higher the level of the extraordinary, the more difficult it is to deal with. As soon as the arcane shot was completed, Tucker's source energy fluctuated violently, accompanied by bursts of flames. The next moment, a large piece of kerosene fell towards the flame area where the Dark Sun Wizard was like a dense rainstorm. Then, hoolah! The fierce flames instantly submerged the large area where the Dark Sun Wizard set the Dark Sun flames. At the same time, on both sides of Tucker, 2 Dark Sun soul tentacles also stretched out from the void and whipped Tucker fiercely. Tucker glanced at it from the corner of his eye. This was a strong lock attack at the soul level. Snap! Snap! The fierce whipping sound at the soul level bloomed, and even a spiritual ripple was swung around Tucker. An ordinary 3rd level wizard could not withstand this level of attack. I am afraid that the soul would be whipped to faint. However, Tucker steadily resisted this whipping from the soul level. Soul Curtain Shadow was born to do this, and it can be called an expert in soul beating. In fact, This soul attack only slightly injured the third-level soul curtain shadow who was injured. For wizards like Tucker, the soul injury is very serious. But for soul curtain shadow, entering the soul curtain state and recuperating can recover. Oglu jumped out of the dark sun flame. Looking at the oil fire rain, his face became more and more solemn. The flames of this oil rain contained extremely amazing rune mystical power. When the oil fell, he didn't feel anything. When the fire started, he suddenly realized that the boiling magic oil actually contained the power of the flame rune mystical power. This third-level wizard is not only powerful, but also extremely insidious. Fortunately, he used the dark sun candle to clear those flames. Otherwise, those flames would have caused him some pain, and even the extraordinary body that had just been strengthened would have been damaged. Oglu just stood firm. He saw several fist-sized fireballs flying over quickly. How can his soul defense be so strong? Didn't my dark sun soul tentacle attack him? Besides, his casting speed is too fast. He must have built a powerful ecological magic network. Using a shield to block the fireball exploding in front of him, Oglu, whose vision was blocked, quickly retreated. As he retreated, Oglu suddenly felt something was wrong. Not good. A golden light spear with an extremely amazing light came down at a terrifying speed, almost piercing through his head just as he noticed it. The shield that had been blown up by the fireball was not strong enough and did not work at all. Swish, the light spear pierced through Oglu's head accurately. If it was just an ordinary light spear, it would be fine. This light spear not only contained the burning and hot breath of divine punishment, but also contained the extremely amazing light rune mystery. So much so that the vast scorching air wave almost suffocated Oglu. It's bad. Get out of this state as soon as possible, otherwise it will be dangerous. Oglu, with a chill in his heart, hoped that his extraordinary physique and extraordinary state could withstand the opponent's attack for a while. At the same time, he tried his best to activate the power of the dark sun, wanting to get rid of this state quickly. A light spear pierced through the opponent's head. The next moment, the spiritual hand condensed in the shadow robe and the darkness on the side came directly through. Tucker is now in the spirit world, so it is impossible for the hand of spirit to be hidden on his forehead. Tucker uses the soul robe as a cover, and with the world characteristics of Tucker's wizard ecology, the hand of spirit can be well hidden in the soul robe. For this kind of extraordinary physique, the hand of spirit has absolute say. What's more, Tucker's soul rune mystery is extremely strong. The huge hand of spirit directly pinched most of the body below the neck of the dark sun wizard. At this time, the fierce dark sun fluctuations on the body of the dark sun wizard faintly bloomed. Die! The terrifying power pinched down. Bang! Along with the explosion of flesh and blood, the extraordinary state of the dark sun wizard was also annihilated by half. The dark sun power that had not yet been activated was also annihilated. In the extraordinary world, the more powerful the power, the more time and more source energy it takes to activate. If it cannot be used, it can only die in the womb. Therefore, even for mid-level and high-level extraordinary people, these quick response ordinary witchcraft methods are still indispensable. After crushing the opponent, Tucker still did not relax. Hula! A strong flame containing the profound meaning of the flame rune bloomed from the hand of the spirit. Chi 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 chi. The broken body of the fourth-level dark sun wizard, who had no resistance at all, and the remaining extraordinary state were quickly burned. When the flame burned out, Tucker picked up the fourth-level ring staff, broken wizard robes, an extraordinary storage bracelet of the fourth-level dark sun wizard. He looked around to make sure that no one was watching. Tucker then traveled through a phase and came to the entrance to the Mother Nest Mountain again, and got in again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Fusion of Steam and Hive. When Tucker found Blang, Blang had already dealt with a herder. Blang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tucker coming. Fortunately, when you left before, you left me the power that was compatible with the mother nest. It prevented me from being attacked by these stinging bees. Otherwise, I would be in danger. Tucker responded slowly. The power that is connected to the ecological world of the mother nest can last for a long time, so there is nothing to worry about. Besides, you are a steam sequence, So the duration will be longer than that of ordinary extraordinary people. Does this still have something to do with the steam sequence? Blang was stunned. Yes. Tucker nodded. It is still related to a certain extent. Tucker looked around. There were many stinging bees around, and there were also many corpses. At the same time, there were more than 30 dark sun evil falls. Among the many corpses, the herder's body was also among them. Moreover, the herder's body was completely dismembered into more than a dozen pieces by Blang, and his death was extremely tragic. It is estimated that the herder's extraordinary state was also annihilated by the power of the rune sword codex used by Blang. Originally, those dark sun evils were still a threat to Blang. Unfortunately, this was inside the huge mother nest. But after those dark sun evils came out, they would be directly targeted by the stinging spirit bees. What are these members of the Dark Sun Church doing here? Do they want to plunder the honey here? But there is no honey in their extraordinary storage bracelets. Blang became more and more confused while thinking. They are hurting the queen bee of the mother nest. Tucker, who felt the queen bee's mother nest, said slowly. But the queen bee of the mother nest is a lord-level existence. They will definitely not be able to establish contact after 1 or 2 herdings. So they need to come here many times and herd repeatedly for a long time before they can establish contact. As a result, we happen to encounter them this time. At the same time, Tucker paused. The Dark Sun Church is also planning to attack St. Land's power in the spirit world, and even destroy the power of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse. They are not only taking action in the spirit world, in the shadow layer, in the mirror layer, and even in the dream layer. The people of the Dark Sun Church are taking action. Tucker's words made Blang frown. Although he also wanted to contribute, facing a war of the level of the principality, his level and strength are really not enough. Tucker seemed to see Blang's worries. We don't have that much power now. We just need to guard the Lamore Lighthouse. Defending this place is victory. Blang raised his eyebrows immediately. Indeed, Lamore Street and Lamore Steam Lighthouse have always been at the forefront. As long as we block the enemy's attack here, it is equivalent to giving them a heavy blow. Then, what should we do? Blang looked at Tucker. Tucker looked around and said slowly. After I was promoted, I was exploring around the Lamore Lighthouse and vaguely felt that the Dark Sun Church was plotting something around us. Now it seems that they are using the power of the Dark Sun to pollute and enslave the large and small ecosystems around the Lamore Lighthouse. Tucker said slowly, placing one hand on the hardened nest of the queen bee's mother nest mountain. The Dark Sun power here is obviously much stronger than outside, and the power of grazing is transforming the ecology here and affecting the creatures here. If they continue like this, eventually, the queen bee here will become a slave of the Dark Sun. Wait until they launch an attack. The overwhelming thorny spirit bees will become our nightmare. Tucker's words made Blang take a deep breath. He knew how powerful the thorny spirit bees were. If a large number of spiritual creatures around them were enslaved by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. They want to use the power of the Dark Sun to influence these biological communities that depend on the ecology of the St. Lander world. Tucker said slowly. They will, and so will I. Tucker's words made Blang's mind tremble slightly. You can do it, too. That's the magical power that made me a part of this nest. Yes. Tucker nodded. Isn't this amazing? How did you do it? Let's go find honey first, and we'll talk on the way. Tucker went into a passage on the side. The passage was emitting the refreshing aroma of soul honey. Blang followed closely behind. Tucker explained as he walked forward. Did you feel the magical situation of St. Land some time ago? I felt it. Blang nodded carefully. And Zylur also told me that it was related to you. Of course, I didn't take such important information for nothing. I shared with her all my insights and experiences about sword cannon practice, and I didn't keep them to myself. Tucker smiled and continued. At present, some wonderful changes are happening to Steam and the world. You can think of it as them merging. In the future, when you practice, try to unleash the power of your Steam sequence and use your Steam power to carefully feel the world. Believe me, there will be quite good gains. Unleash the Steam sequence? When the Steam roars, it will consume a lot of source energy. Then find your teacher and open up your dark sea of source energy. Tucker said unhappily. Okay. Blang spread his hands. Actually, I have already opened it up, but I can't say to others that as a swordsman, my source energy is more powerful than that of wizards of the same level. What are the specific benefits? Blang asked curiously. I can't really say it, but it can help you better understand your sword code. Hiss. Blank took a breath. If it's really as you said, then this is too incredible. Tucker smiled. What will be more incredible to you will come later. Of course, Tucker didn't say this. At present, the St. Land steam ecology only works on the real world. And I can guide the transformation effect of St. Land steam and the world into the spiritual world. Bloom in this small mother nest world. Let the power of steam combine with the mother nest. Let the creatures here listen to the deepest ecological will from the steam lighthouse. Tucker's explanation made Burink stunned. This was a dimension that he could not reach, let alone understand. Taking a deep breath, Tucker said slowly, the power of steam is combined with the mother nest world. And I will guide the power of steam from the L'Amour lighthouse. This will allow our L'Amour to enjoy the world power from the extraordinary ecology. It can also allow the L'Amour steam lighthouse to get the power of St. Land back. Coincidentally, in the darkness around the L'Amour lighthouse, there are many similar extraordinary ecological communities. Everywhere, it happens to be the place where the dark sun is polluting. And everywhere, is also the perfect place for me to use steam to interact with the ecological power of the world. The voice fell. Woo woo woo. Tucker's back, ears, nose, mouth, and even eyes were accompanied by the sound of the whistle. A large amount of steam rose up. At the same time, Tucker began to guide the steam power in the distance with his own steam, surging in the queen bee's nest polluted by the dark sun. Under Tucker's prying, the steam and this nest world also began to merge silently. And this is exactly the exclusive means of Tucker's 2020% SSS exclusive extraordinary talent. Guide the fusion of steam and the world. At the same time, Burink, who was beside Tucker, felt it. The power of steam began to permeate from the nest, and the nest absorbed the power of steam, adapted to the power of steam, and thus mastered the power of steam. This is obviously not a steam ecology. But because of Tucker's guidance, a perfect fusion of ecology and steam has been created. This is completely an incredible miracle. Chapter 204 Grazing Ecology. Feeling the world changing with the surge of Tucker's steam, Blank's cognition was refreshed and reshaped again. Before, he blasphemed the gods and excluded the son of Dark Sun, who put him in a desperate situation of death. Now, he has shown such incredible means. Let the steam merge with the world's ecology. Although this is not the means of the Creator, it is at least the level of a miracle maker. Feeling, I am the witness of your legendary story, right? Watching Tucker release steam, Blank simply bloomed his own steam sequence. Woo woo. Blank's rapid and hissing steam roar quickly broke out. Extraordinary swordsmen pay attention to quick response. It is completely different from the roar of Tucker's vast, melodious, deep and low steam sequence. It fits the world around him. Soon Blank felt a wonderful feeling. When he used his steam sequence to establish a cycle with the steam ecological world outside. The mystery of the Rune Sword Codex bloomed faintly in his heart. This scene made Blank's heart surge. You know, for him, this kind of opportunity to fit the world and comprehend the profound meaning of the Rune Sword Codex requires him to be in an excellent state before he has the chance to enter. And today, in this environment where steam and the world are integrated, he can not only enter more easily, but also feel the many profound and obscure aspects of the Rune Sword Codex more clearly than before. This is the state code of the fusion of steam and the world created by Tucker. If the whole Saint Lander is like this in the future, that's simply unimaginable. Blank's heart trembled slightly. After a long time, Blank, who slowly gathered his mind, began to enter the state of comprehending the Rune Sword Codex. I don't know how long it took. Blank contentedly ended his steam sequence and the cycle of the steam world outside, as well as his comprehension of the Rune Sword Codex. Although this time's comprehension of the Rune Sword Codex was not long, the effect was surprisingly good. He had a key understanding and breakthrough in several obscure aspects of the Rune Sword Codex. The breakthroughs in these aspects alone were enough for him to digest for a long time. When Blank opened his eyes, thick steam fog filled his vision. When Blank was promoted to the first and third levels, he took the soul crystal of the extraordinary creature, Night Falcon. This allowed Blank to have sharp vision like an eagle's eye in the extreme darkness. Blank looked around, but there was no sign of Tucker. When Blank looked around, he saw that the Queen Bee Nest Mountain seemed to have merged with a steam cycle on a large scale. The speed of advancement is too fast. When Blank merged with a steam world state, he could vaguely feel something. That is, Tucker broke through the barrier between the ecological world and the steam ecology. Originally, the cycle of steam source energy still needed the steam tower to drive it, and the lighthouse needed to be used as a remote anchor point to complete the cycle. But after Tucker broke through the world barrier between the source energy steam and these small ecosystems of the biological community, then, these small ecological communities will become a natural driving node of the source energy steam cycle. In other words, this queen bee nest will become a part of the Lamore steam lighthouse cycle, and even become a strong promoter of this steam ecological cycle. Turn the nest into a natural source energy steam engine. There is no roar of source energy steam, but there is a strong driving force of source energy steam. Let the steam and the extraordinary ecological world be perfectly integrated. Blank took a deep breath and exhaled gently to calm the turbulent waves in his heart. This Tucker, is he still a human? In other words, is this something a human can do? With this in mind, Blank walked deeper. He vaguely felt Tucker's location. When Blank found Tucker, he saw a huge wooden spoon held by an invisible hand. It was constantly scooping sticky honey and pouring it into the bottle. I just praised you as the creator of miracles. As a result, you, the creator of miracles, are stealing things in the place where you create miracles. Blank rubbed his eyebrows and shook his head. This damn thief didn't even call me to join him. Then, Blank also took out a prepared large glass jar to find the location of the beehive on the wall and began to cut the honey. This mother nest honey is very good for the nourishment of the soul and the body, Tucker said slowly while tasting the honey. Of course, you can't eat too much at a time, otherwise the soul will be drunk. Now at the third level, use these good things to start nourishing our body and soul. When we enter the fourth level, when we condense the extraordinary state, the tearing feeling will not be too intense. Yet, Blank nodded. My teacher also told me this. I plan to condense the steam sword soul state at the fourth level. That is a very powerful state of the extraordinary swordsman described in the Rune Sword Classic. Of course, the power of the sword soul state in the steam sequence still needs me to slowly explore. Generally speaking, it is the kind of road that looks promising, but is actually very difficult. Tucker smiled when he heard it. In today's steam wave era, there is no easy way for the steam sequence. That's right. Blank also laughed. Steam sequence transcendent. It is the pioneer of the new sequence wave and the creator of the new legend. This is bound to be an extremely difficult road. What kind of transcendent state do you plan to condense? Blank asked. Tucker thought for a while and said, there is no clear direction at present, but I plan to condense several more transcendent states. In this way, when I encounter powerful enemies or adverse transcendent environments in the future, I can better deal with them. Steam state, shadow state, light flame state, these are the states that Tucker has initially possessed. Although it is not the transcendent state condensed by the intermediate transcendent, it is also a half-step transcendent state. It can help Tucker better master these states in the future. The real transcendent state. Condense several more transcendent states. Blank was stunned. That is very difficult. For each transcendent state, you must comprehend the corresponding rune mystery. Although it can also be controlled through the rune ring staff. When he said this, Blank was stunned. He looked at Tucker suddenly and asked in surprise. Damn, you have already comprehended the mysteries of many runes. Tucker thought for a moment before saying this. Isn't this how wizards practice? Blank. In the Saint Land Tower, he was one of the top extraordinary swordsmen in Saint Land's history. He was also the most dazzling extraordinary swordsman in Saint Land in the past 10 years. Wherever he walked in the Saint Land Tower, others would look at him with envy, respect, and admiration. However, compared with Tucker, who had an S-level extraordinary talent in front of him, he felt like an ordinary person. Rubbing his eyebrows, Blank relaxed his mood a little, looked at the circle of steam that was constantly rising and circulating around him, and then spoke. Tucker, the queen bee's nest has completed the fusion of steam and queen bee ecology. Other places, do you want to? Tucker nodded. Yes. Although Saint Land's and the Tower steam ecosystem have begun to merge, Saint Land is too huge, and it will take a long time for them to merge. And those powers only merge in the real domain. It will probably take a lot of time to penetrate into Saint Land's domain ecology. And I will bring these powers to a deeper domain. In many corners, the fire of fusion will be ignited. Let the transformation of the steam world be carried out from the inside out and in all directions. During this period, I will open a new door to the steam cycle for those small ecosystems in the spiritual world around the L'Amour Steam Lighthouse. These small ecosystems respond quickly and have efficient circulation. Being small also has its own advantages. In fact, Tucker used the steam world origin spiritual state to carefully feel the mother nest that was in steam circulation with a lighthouse. The mother nest has begun to break free from and expel the influence of the dark sun. Tucker's words made Blang look around. He also felt it carefully. After a moment, Blang looked at Tucker and said carefully, "The power of the steam sequence is poured into the world ecology of Saint Land, which will give Saint Land the power to fight against the dark sun." "Yes," Tucker nodded. "But this power is still very small now. And what I have to do is to use steam to ignite all the ecology inside and outside Saint Land. Deep in the dark soil of the spiritual world. A very hidden place for spiritual gathering. A towering dark sun tower stands in this spiritual dark soil. At the top of the tower, a dark sun shines with the dark sun of the spiritual world. Suddenly, deep in the tower, bang bang bang. The lighthouse pastoral spirit mirror used by the herders to observe the surrounding grazing ecology burst and shattered one after another, along with the strange black flames with flame runes rising in the hearth tree stump. A fifth-level peak dark sun herder walked out without any expression and indifferent. He was wearing a fifth-level one-ring black eclipse robe, and his face was like dry bark. If his eyes were not still moving, I would probably think he was a treeman. He looked through the grazing mirror. He muttered to himself in a rough and hoarse voice. "What's wrong with Doglu? Did he complete the grazing of the mother nest? This is related to the important plan of attacking L'Amour next. Now, not only has the grazing not deepened, the mother nest seems to be breaking free from the grazing power of the dark sun. It also broke free and tore the grazing mirror apart. Well, send some people over to take a look first." As one of the 4 knights guarding the son of dark sun, Milade has a 5th-level rank. As a rank higher than the son of dark sun. When the distance is relatively close, he can help the son of dark sun resist damage. He can even help the son of dark sun complete his advancement. And now, what he is doing is to help the son of dark sun complete the preparations for the promotion ceremony. As a super genius herder, the powerful Milade has herded many 5th-level extraordinary people. And this is why he dared to build a high tower alone. Of course, the method he is most proud of is still the grazing ecology. By grazing one small extraordinary group after another, he could harvest a lot of pure energy experience from afar. Among the 4 knights, he alone contributed most of the energy experience and ritual power for the promotion of the son of dark sun. And this was all gained from the ecology he grazed. For such a long time, grazing many ecosystems in the spiritual world layer was normal. Even if the masters from the L'Amour Tower came out to explore the surrounding ecology, it would not affect his grazing of the ecology in this area. But something happened today. Soon, the extraordinary sent by Milade brought back information. A large amount of energy steam is filled in the mother nest, and there is an energy steam engine roaring inside. Looking at this simple but somewhat complicated content, a bad feeling lingered in Milade's heart. Combined with the strange situation that happened in Saint Land some time ago, Milade looked at the extraordinary ecology he grazed and remained silent. He vaguely felt that these grazing ecosystems that were still in operation might become a battlefield for competition. Chapter 205. Deep in the spirit world. The outline of the dark sun is faintly visible above the sky. The power of the dark sun pollution is blooming all the time, polluting, enslaving, dragging the whole world into the depths of darkness. Not far away, the light of the L'Amour steam lighthouse is faintly visible, and at the same time, the source energy steam engine deep in the steam lighthouse is roaring hard to fight against the pollution of the dark sun. But compared with the pollution of the dark sun on the sky, the power of the L'Amour steam lighthouse seems so weak. Tucker, who is in the shadow state, quietly passed through this dull and depressing darkness, slowly approaching the steam lighthouse area. Half a day ago, Tucker and Blank ended their trip to the mother nest. Then Blank rushed to the lighthouse. Extraordinary swordsmen like Blank are not good at resisting the pollution of the dark sun, and their whereabouts are not hidden enough. It is better for Tucker to act alone. There are many extraordinary ecosystems around L'Amour that can feed the spiritual world creatures to complete the reproduction of the race. These are Tucker's goals. There are living wood tree-man forests, shadow tentacle areas, mushroom nest areas, and a spiritual world raven area. There are other smaller extraordinary ecological areas, etc. Tucker doesn't mind big or small. After all, the extraordinary ecology itself is dynamic. Maybe the ecological strength and scale are relatively weak now, but with development, it is not impossible to become very strong in the future. Passing by a place, Tucker will activate steam, world, original spiritual state to guide the distant Lamore steam power to complete the cycle of fire with the steam ecology here. At the beginning, the effect will not be great. But as time goes by, these natural steam ecosystems have completed the cycle docking with Lamore's steam lighthouse. Tucker can use the Lamore lighthouse to pry the power of the world. When Tucker pries the power of the world outside, then the outside world will also give back to Tucker a certain world power. And this is also one of the ways for Tucker to interact with the ecological world through steam, world, original spiritual state. The use of this high-end talent and the way of development. Tucker has gradually explored some ways. Nowadays, the ecology around Lamore is the perfect testing ground for Tucker's steam world. While fighting against the enemy, it can also enhance Tucker's strength. The seeds of steam have been laid. Next, Tucker only needs to wait for the world. And today, Tucker's trip out has some unexpected gains. While gradually igniting the fire of steam world, Tucker also gradually felt something. Originally, Tucker thought that those 3rd and 4th level Dark Sun church herders came to herd the Dark Sun evil fall, grazing the ecology here to absorb source energy experience, and incidentally affecting the creatures here, harassing and attacking the Lamore steam tower. However, as Tucker gradually entered those larger ecological areas, Tucker discovered that there was actually a master who secretly herded the ecology in depth here. And it was a very advanced method, which was to herd through the Dark Sun above the sky. This high-end method is not something that ordinary people can master. If Tucker did not have the innate ability to match the world, Tucker might not be able to feel it. As Tucker gradually explored deeper, he found that the guy was very bold. The herder had herded almost all the larger ecological areas around Lamore. If he could complete the deep herding and completely master the extraordinary ecology of those areas, once they launched an attack on Lamore's steam tower, all the surrounding ecological creatures would attack. The scene was simply unimaginable. The other party was very secretive and was herding through the Dark Sun above the sky. Even if Tucker wanted to track him down, he might not be able to track him down now. Tucker estimated that his move to ignite the extraordinary ecology with the steam world should have affected the other party. Because later, Tucker felt the spying from the Dark Sun dimension. At present, Tucker can't find that guy. But when the surrounding ecology feeds back to Tucker's world power, it's hard to say at that time. However, it will take some time for Lamore's steam tower to complete the cycle with the surrounding ecology. During this time, Tucker only needs to stay at the Lamore lighthouse with peace of mind. Just be a flamethrower without any emotion and don't let the other party find out. Before he knew it, a week had passed quietly. Tucker, who was stationed on duty, had a few days of rest. Along with many spellcasters who were resting together, Tucker walked towards the lighthouse gate. From there, he could leave the spirit world and return to the real world. Hey, Andre, do you want to go to the underground red light district to relax during these few days of rest? Recently, a group of elf girls have come. Tisk tisk. They are so juicy, the kind that will make you spit out water when you pinch them. As they walked forward, the Night Barrier, who is incompatible with gambling and drugs and liked to tell dirty jokes to everyone every day, greeted Tucker. I don't have your knight's body, and I can't stand 7 girls in one night. Tucker shrugged his shoulders in response. This immediately caused a burst of laughter. Barrier, you have to be careful. The lifespan of those elves is very long. With the addition of the extraordinary sequence, you can see those elf girls who are only 17 or 18 years old. Maybe they can become your grandmothers. Damn. I have an appointment with an elf beauty tonight to see the Well of Dream Desire. Can't you say something nice? The knight named Barrier complained. In the noise of the crowd, one after another, they left the spirit world and returned to the real world. Even if they returned to the real world, Tucker did not take the initiative to feel the spirit world. But he could still feel the spirit world clearly. Because, during this period of time, the steam ecology ignited by Tucker has begun to give Tucker the wonderful power of the world. Although not much, it is very magical. Tucker used his own wizard ecological world to slowly absorb these feedbacks from the Saintlander ecology. At the same time, he also began to explore the powerful and cautious herder. But at present, Tucker's fit with the surrounding world is not high enough. There is no way to find out where the powerful herder is. But as time goes by, Tucker believes that he will definitely be able to find him. Moreover, as time goes by, both the ecology around the Lamore Steam Lighthouse and the ecology of St. Land are undergoing fusion and transformation. Now we are on the side of St. Land. And this is the best gift Tucker has given to St. Land. Back to the rental cottage he had been away from for a long time. As soon as he came in, Tucker saw 7 or 8 letters on the coffee table. When he opened them, Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. So many letters were written by Baggins. And the content of the letter was related to the upcoming underground treasure trip. Tucker hurriedly checked the exact date of action. After seeing that there were still 3 days, Tucker was relieved. Tucker had already digested the resources given by the dwarf family. At this time, if the contract is violated, it would be a bit too unreasonable. There are still 3 days left. Write a magic letter to Baggins first, and then go over to discuss in detail later. It seems that many powerful dwarf families have participated in this underground trip. Even the St. Lander Tower will provide some help. The specific situation will be discussed in detail after seeing Baggins. Soon, a letter with spiritual material incurred by magic letter paper was written. As Tucker delivered the magic flame, the magic fireplace crashed and the magic flame rose. After setting the position, Tucker put the magic attribute into it. In Tucker's powerful vision, the magic letter was integrated into the magic network and quickly disappeared. After doing all this, Tucker traveled through a phase and entered the body of the Shadow Curtain robe stationed in the alchemy chamber, not far away. Tucker has set the resources to be put in daily for the Shadow Curtain robe. It is enough for the magic hut to grow here steadily for 2 or 3 months. At this time, the magic hut is as big as a student's desk. When Tucker checked the capacity inside, a magical space of 15 or 16 square meters and about 3 meters in height appeared in Tucker's perception. This area has taken shape and can be used for simple living. It's growing faster than I thought. Could it be because I fed it too well? At this time, although the magical house has not shed its hands and feet, but it has obviously begun to have difficulty in moving. Touching the magical house, which is mainly silver metal tones and has dark gold rune textures, it's just right to go to Baggins this time and ask him to make a magical bracelet for me to integrate with a magical house. The steam core I obtained before can also be gradually fed to this little guy. Well, this magical house is not small anymore. By the way, the flying ability should be practiced as soon as possible, otherwise, when its self-consciousness falls into a semi-sleep, it will be difficult for it to practice flying. Tucker thought secretly. Chapter 206. In the ground volcanic rock area. In the courtyard, when he saw Baggins again, Tucker clearly felt that this guy seemed to be fatter than before. So much so that the thick beard in front of him was arched up. It seems that this guy has made a lot of money from the transaction of perfect fine materials with Tucker during this period. Brother Andre, if you don't reply to my letter, I almost thought you were going to break the contract. Tucker avoided Baggins' hug. I'm busy during this period. Tucker looked around and restrained his expression slightly. Let's go in and talk. I also have something to ask you for help. Entering the house, Baggins opened the barrier. Tucker felt it carefully and then slowly said, have you been in trouble recently? Are you talking about the 2 4th-level bodyguards outside? Baggins raised his eyebrows. Yes. Tucker nodded. In the corner of the courtyard outside, there were 2 invisible 4th-level assassins. But they were not here to assassinate, but as Baggins said, they were bodyguards, and they were here to protect Baggins. It's not that I got into trouble, but that trouble found me. Baggins sorted out his thoughts and then began to tell the story. Some time ago, St. Rand launched the Steam Lighthouse project. The Dwarf Association has provided St. Rand with a lot of financial support. I hope St. Rand can cooperate with the Dwarf family at the right time and take on some of the pressure when the Dwarf family goes deep underground to recapture the treasure resources. Some time ago, there was finally news. It is said that the St. Rand Tower and the top leaders of the Tri-Eyed Church have reached a cooperation. It is said that the blasphemer Tucker will lead the team to open the sealed door deep in the underground world and take out the powerful sealed objects inside. This news has been spreading outside. Tucker was stunned. Really? I didn't know anything about it. Haha. Baggins couldn't help laughing. Brother Andre, you don't have much information in the St. Land channel, so you are slow to learn about this kind of hidden news. In addition, I have a lot of important news. For example, The blasphemer Tucker appeared at the Lamore Spirit World Lighthouse, and the Steam Daily outside has already reported it. It is said that there are also reporters who sneaked in and took dynamic magic images of the light power there. Unfortunately, ordinary newspapers cannot show those dynamic light powers, only those more expensive steam magic newspapers can show them. Well, I'm going a little far. In short, this time, the strong men of the St. Land Tower and the Three-Eyed God Church will take the blasphemer Tucker and go deep underground. The blasphemer Tucker will become the absolute target of attracting firepower. And this is undoubtedly a great opportunity for our dwarf family to act. At the same time, many other families are also making preparations in this regard. Baggins's explanation made Tucker vaguely see that a treasure battle from the underground world was about to begin. This time Tucker came here, fulfilling the contract was only secondary. To plot against the treasures of those ownerless things, luck is also needed, and it is not what Tucker is mainly looking forward to. Tucker is mainly looking forward to what he originally planned. That is the natural, boundary world, and seal area, in the underground world. Boundary world. It is a natural closed-loop world. Boundary, plus, seal, is the essence of the Demon King's Tomb of Lamore. It is also a means of great restraint on Tucker's magical power, phase walking. For this top-level means, Tucker, as a wizard, naturally needs to have a deep contact and understanding. On the one hand, Tucker needs to know how to solve these troubles, or avoid these troubles, so that he will not sit and wait for death when he encounters them in the future. Secondly, Tucker also needs to master similar powers and then increase the strength of the enemy. Deep in the underground world, there are many similar broken boundary fragments. Tucker can take this opportunity to find some barrier fragments and bring them out. Conduct detailed research. For the natural sealing power of those complete boundary worlds, Tucker can also enter them and experience them well. A realistic simulation, when being trapped to death by the barrier, can you escape? Such an opportunity, it seems, is only available during the underground trip. It is much better to know something than to be at a loss. At the same time, after Tucker's talent has transformed to the threshold of 2020%, this action has a new development point. You know, the barrier world itself is an extremely strong closed-loop ecology. Can Tucker achieve resonance by using his own steam world and the barrier world? This also requires Tucker to go deep into it and experience it carefully before he can know. Before the underground treasure trip, Tucker had been looking forward to it for a long time. While Tucker was thinking, Baggins' tone gradually became heavy. Before, when our family was planning the next action, something went wrong. 2 members of the clan who controlled the magic key were killed. But it is obvious that someone secretly coveted the magic key of the sealed door of our family. Fortunately, the key was not lost. And I also control one of the 6 magic keys. Although very few people know about it, I am still very worried about safety. I know that Brother Andre is very powerful. I hope to get protection from Brother Andre. And this is one of the reasons why I hurried to find Brother Andre. Tucker groped for the reason and nodded slightly. I did have something important to do a few days ago, otherwise, I would still come to protect you. Baggins waved his hand. For now, there is no problem with safety, but there is another problem. At this point, Baggins hesitated a little. If you have any questions, just say it directly. Tucker said directly and swiftly. Baggins thought for a moment and said seriously. It's a matter of level and assessment. This time, the team leader is a 5th-level superhuman who has a very good relationship with her family. Many of our family's important resources were transported with the participation of this 5th-level superhuman. He is also one of the few humans who can enter our family's treasure land. When this superhuman was promoted to the 4th level and the 5th level before, our family also supported him. This is a strong man who is closely related to our family. And this time, he is fully responsible for the execution of the underground treasure. This strong man will conduct a comprehensive assessment of all the participating superhumans. Only those who pass can participate. If you don't pass, you are not allowed to participate at all. Although I know that you, Brother Andre, are very powerful, your level should only be in the early 20s. I'm afraid that strong man will not allow superhumans in their 20s to participate. Tucker thought for a while and responded. I think it should be fine. I'm already in my 30s. Over 30? So fast. Baggins was stunned when he heard this, then he breathed a sigh of relief and finally laughed. Brother Andre was already amazingly skilled, and now he has been promoted to level 30, so I think there shouldn't be any problem. But then again, Brother Andre, your leveling speed is really fast. But before I go for the assessment, I still have something to ask you for help, Baggins. Tucker asked Baggins to look over. What can I do for you, Brother Andre? Just tell me. Baggins slapped his chest. I need to build a magic wand to carry the magic hut. Tucker explained his needs. I thought it was something important. Haha. Brother Andre, just leave it to me, there will be no problem at all. Baggins said with a smile. Chapter 207 Level 5. In the small alley made of steel and rock, Baggins led Tucker forward, whispering. Brother Andre, this trip to the underground treasure is very crucial. There are a total of 6 dwarves and their guardians in this operation. As long as we can bring back some of the treasure, I can get a seat on the dwarf family council. You know, there are only 11 seats on the family council. The power of our family councilors is still very great. Originally, I couldn't get such a seat with my level and forging skills. However, because of the past 6 months, Brother Andre and I have worked together to sell those perfect elite materials within the family. This is what gave me the opportunity to become a family counselor. Brother Andre, aren't you already at the 3rd level? When he said this, Baggins, who was leading the way in front, looked back cautiously, and after making sure that there was no one, he spoke carefully. After becoming a family counselor, you will still have great power. If you need anything, Brother Andre, I can mobilize some things in the treasury of the dwarf family and trade with you. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Can you do this? Of course. Baggins nodded. Using the resources in the treasury is also the privilege of the counselor. Otherwise, why would the clan members fight for this seat? In general, there are still a lot of good things in the dwarf family. Of course, Brother Andre, you have to have enough magic gold. Tucker thought about it and stared at Baggins for a while, then laughed. I didn't expect you to start to draw big cakes for me. Don't worry, no matter what family seat or not, I will protect you this time. Tucker said calmly. Haha. With what you said, Brother Andre, I feel relieved. After all, this trip is really dangerous. Indeed. Tucker nodded. The place they went to this time was a very deep place in the underground world. There is a sealed area and a perfectly closed enchantment world. It is also a very threatening place for Tucker. Of course, the characteristics of this extraordinary ecology are the same for everyone, not just Tucker. Passing through the steel and rock building jungle. A magnificent building complex that is almost carved out of the rock wall caught Tucker's eyes. The dwarf family council has arrived. Baggins handed in his identity certificate, and after the guard confirmed it, he opened the barrier magic door. As soon as Baggins entered the outer gate courtyard of the building group, Tucker frowned slightly and looked around. The next moment, the shadow tentacles behind Tucker popped out in an instant and wrapped Baggins in it. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 huge shadow tentacles emerged from fountains, rockery, flowers, bamboo forests, walls and other corners at the same time, and shot down at the same time. Boom. Several bowl-thick shadow tentacles were extremely powerful, and the ground where Tucker and Baggins were located was almost instantly smashed. Tucker had already brought Baggins to another corner with Shadow Walk. Tucker and Baggins had just landed. 5 or 6 shadow swordsmen jumped out directly from the shadow corner where Tucker landed. The sharp shadow blades broke through the air and chopped down at Tucker and Baggins. This was not a false shadow illusion, but a genuine witchcraft method such as shadow swordsman. Not only could it cut open the body of a transcendent, but it could also cut off the soul. Even a 4th level transcendent could not withstand it. Moreover, these shadow swordsmen came in a fierce force, and it was too late to cast a spell temporarily. Fortunately, Tucker had the ecological magic net, and Tucker had several witchcrafts in his hands at any time. Tucker slightly pinched his left hand, and the power of the light blazing ring staff bloomed. Buzz! The rich holy light healing technique came down like a golden light column. Not only did it cover Tucker and Baggins, but the 5 or 6 shadow swordsmen also crashed into the golden healing holy light. For means like shadow, darkness, and death, holy light is the best means of restraining them. Moreover, Tucker's healing holy light level is as high as level 39. At this time, the benefits of Tucker's high skill level are reflected. The high witchcraft level combined with the ring of light flame ring staff makes the healing holy light particularly powerful against darkness. Once these shadow swordsmen of about level 40 enter the healing holy light, they melt quickly like snow entering a hot furnace. At the same time, a kerosene bomb flew out of the healing holy light column. Tucker completed the defense and counterattack in one go. With a bang, the kerosene bomb exploded on the stone pillar not far away. 7 or 8 shadow groups in the stone pillar jumped out at the same time. Tucker did not enter the strong vision state, and for a moment he could not tell which of the 7 or 8 shadow groups was the real body. Perhaps, each of these shadow groups is the real body. Tucker has a powerful method like Soul Curtain Shadow, so this 5th level Steam Shadow Wizard Bevis Twain can naturally have powerful methods. Looking at the shadow group that was scattered everywhere, Tucker did not continue to chase. Instead, he slowly dispersed the healing holy light that continued to descend. A shadow group not far away slowly opened to form a shadow gate. A burly, bright-eyed, angular-faced shadow wizard wearing a ring-shaped shadow wizard robe slowly walked out from it. This person was the 5th level extraordinary powerhouse mentioned by Baggins before, the Steam Shadow Wizard Bevis Twain, with a dwarf family as a big money sponsor. In addition, Bevis Twain himself has a very talented existence. The 5th level Bevis Twain is a Steam Shadow Wizard with 4 Steam cores. Similar business groups will have such powerful extraordinary people as support behind them. Otherwise, they would have been eaten up by their peers long ago. In the extraordinary world with extraordinary power, the scale of business is often proportional to the strength of the extraordinary people behind it. "What's your name?" Bevis Twain asked slowly while examining Tucker. Tucker took off his hood and put one hand in front of him, bowed slightly and responded, "Andre." "Andre? Are you Andre?" Bevis Twain raised his eyebrows and looked at Baggins beside him. Baggins nodded in response. "Yes, he is the Andre." Suddenly, Bevis Twain's resolute face showed a little smile as he examined Tucker. "Yes, very powerful. Ordinary wizards may not be able to detect my ambush. Just a few hours ago, the 4th level walker brought by Kagula failed the test. You are good. Not only can you react quickly, but you can also counterattack quickly. Your witchcraft level is very high, and the flame is quite deterrent. The healing holy light is also very powerful. Ordinary 4th level wizards do not have your skill level. In addition, there are not many wizards who can have such means in the light and dark." In his words, the Steam Shadow Wizard named Bevis Twain had a certain appreciation for Tucker. "You have passed the test." Following the words of the 5th level Steam Shadow Wizard in front of him, Baggins, who was hanging on the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He brought Tucker here for the test, but he didn't expect the test to break out so suddenly. At the same time, it ended quite quickly. Although Andre's fight with the 5th level wizard was not much, there were only 2 or 3 witchcrafts crossing. But once they started fighting, they obviously knew that the other party was a powerful master, not just a fancy person with a high level. The purpose of the assessment was achieved, so there was no need to continue fighting. "Come and gather tomorrow, and I will assign the action tasks and conduct some exercises at the same time. After all, you are only a 3rd level person, unlike a 4th level extraordinary person with a supernatural state who can easily walk in the spiritual world." Looking at Tucker, Bevis Twain ordered. "Understood." Tucker nodded in response. Low levels also have their own advantages. At least in this underground trip, Tucker will not be the main target of the enemy's attack. Half an hour later, Tucker followed Baggins back to his shop. Baggins immediately started forging the magic bracelet. Compared with a witchcraft ring staff with various abilities and means, this magic ring staff that simply needs to be strong and durable is much easier to forge. Use more materials and swing the forging hammer hard. The stronger the force, the stronger the magic wand. A few hours later, Tucker left with a magic wand forged with space runes and dragon scales, feeling satisfied. Of course, Tucker did not forget Baggins' safety. Before leaving, Tucker left a 3rd order soul shadow in the shadow behind Baggins. "When you are in danger, call my name loudly, and I will be able to hear your call for help." After doing all this, Tucker left quietly. Before the execution of the underground treasure began, Tucker planned to formally build the magic hut first. Chapter 208 The Magical Cottage is taking shape. Tucker's magic hut is currently in a period of rapid growth. According to Tucker's method of feeding the magic hut with a satiety of about 1,000 to 2,000 magic gold every day, the growth period of the magic hut will be extended. Tucker estimated that after the resources in his hand were fed, the internal space of the magic hut would grow to a very large extent, and the extraordinary magical properties would be very strong. When the magic hut grows to a certain extent, the magic hut will enter a dormant period. Its internal space will remain stable, and at the same time, only a small amount of source energy is needed to keep it magically active. If it is not awakened, the magic hut will remain in a dormant state. Before the magic hut enters a dormant state, the owner of the magic hut must train the magic hut in various abilities and means. For example, for Tucker, it is the ability to fly, float, transform, hide, fit, etc. In this way, when the magic hut is dormant, the owner of the magic hut can change the form of the magic hut at will and exert the ability of the magic hut. If you think the magic hut is not big enough, after the magic house completes the first round of slumber, which may take 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years, the magic house can be awakened for the second round of growth. In the second round of growth, as long as there are enough resources, the interior space and exterior outline of the magic house can become very large, and there will be no problem in reaching the scale of a 100-meter-high tower. Generally speaking, the first stage is enough. In the second stage, it is not only rich, but also more than enough. If you still think it is not big enough, let it sleep for more than 10 or 20 years, and then awaken it in the third round. It is said that in the third round, the interior space of the magic house can be as huge as a towering mountain. But to achieve such a large size, and at the same time want to keep the magic house sufficiently active, the resources required will be huge. In the alchemy chamber, Tucker placed one hand on the magic house. With Tucker's magical spell, the magic that was as big as a disc began to become hazy, and then turned into a magical silver and gold intertwined rainbow light, penetrating and merging towards Tucker's dark golden magic wand. With daily feeding and the nourishment of life veins, Tucker has long established a soul connection with the magic house. Compared to the contract method used by others, Tucker used the life veins to establish a deeper soul connection, which was undoubtedly more advanced. In the future, when the magic house was dormant, Tucker's soul connection could regard the magic house as a part of the extension of Tucker's soul will. At that time, controlling the magic house would be just a thought. Soon, the magic house was perfectly integrated into the dark golden magic ring staff. Tucker mobilized the source energy and waved one hand. The magic ring staff flew out and quickly bloomed and expanded. In an instant, a 2-meter-high circular magic door inside the ring staff appeared in front of him. Tucker stepped into it and entered the magic house. Inside the magic house, the little duck had moved in one step ahead. Before, this guy took advantage of Tucker's inattention and pulled half of Tucker's wool blanket to build a nest. This made Tucker very angry. He was not good at anything, and he was the first to destroy the house when eating and sleeping. At this time, the interior of the magic house was more like an elliptical cave forged with metal materials, and it did not look like a magical residence. Tucker began to reshape the magic house. It's about 14 or 15 square meters. Forget about having 3 bedrooms and a living room. Tucker is not the size of a small duck. Let's build a small living room first. Build a magic fireplace, magic window and other common things. Summon my messenger later. When there are magic letters coming, deliver them directly into the magic fireplace of the magic hut. Don't come to me casually. His powerful vision may appear at an important time, which is not good. Directly connect to the magic fireplace deep in the magic hut, so that there will be no interference to the outside world. Soon, a small living room with a magic fireplace was built by Tucker. On the left side of the living room is a huge floor-to-ceiling magic window, from which you can see the outside, and it is also the entrance and exit. Directly opposite is the magic fireplace. Tucker also plans to install a small wine cabinet on both sides. In the future, when sailing in the extraordinary Star Sea, it will not be too boring. On the right side is the space to be developed. Tucker let the growth space of the magic hut expand to the right. After a certain amount of space is grown, Tucker will redistribute these spaces. Alchemy chamber, practice chamber, storage chamber, rest chamber, etc. These are all indispensable areas in the future. After the space was almost allocated, Tucker took out a steam core. This steam core was directly pulled out by Tucker from the sequence of steam assassin Joffrey. Although it grew according to the assassin sequence, Tucker could not use it. But for the magic house, it would naturally not be picky. Oh, right. Tucker slapped his forehead and remembered something important. The magic house itself is also a small extraordinary ecology. It does not have the ability to merge with steam. Before it has the exclusive ability of the steam world, Accommodating and absorbing the steam core for the magic house is at most installing an invisible source energy steam engine for it. But, after it has developed the ability to merge with steam, after swallowing and digesting this steam core, the ability of the steam sequence will become a part of it. It also has the ecological cycle ability of steam source energy. Steam magic house? Interesting. Tucker smiled. I have opened up a new magical species, right? No wonder those extraordinary ecosystems, big or small, in the spirit world can give me feedback from the world. Tucker had a little understanding while thinking. Even at this moment, Tucker was still absorbing the world power given to him by those who were in the process of transformation of the spirit world steam ecological zone. One hand was attached to the magic house. The innate ability of 2020% steam world origin spiritual state was activated. Woo woo woo. With a surge of steam waves, the melodious roar of the steam sequence sounded. Tucker's steam world power instantly broke through the barrier between the magic house and the steam ecology. The fire of the steam sequence was delivered to the extraordinary ecology of the magic house. After doing all this, it was only the delivery of the fire. It also requires the source energy steam engine from the outside to guide a force to complete the cycle. After completing the cycle, a complete natural steam ecology was born. At this time, without external steam power, the natural extraordinary ecology can also spontaneously operate with steam source energy. As for the magic house, the steam lighthouse outside can serve as the initial guiding force. Tucker's steam sequence can also be used. But the crystallization of the steam sequence in Tucker's hand, the steam core, is more effective. Tucker attached the steam core to the wall, and the magic house quickly swallowed the steam core. Not long after, woo woo woo, the slight and pleasant roar of the steam sequence soon sounded. The smaller the ecology, the faster the response, which is particularly obvious in the magic house. As Tucker left along the magic door, the magic bracelet shrank rapidly. Woo woo woo, accompanied by a slight steam roar and the spewing of gray mist from the flag. Without the support of Tucker's source power, the magic bracelet relied on the steam source energy in its own flying characteristics, and actually floated steadily in the air. This scene made Tucker raise his eyebrows. You've mastered the ability to fly so quickly. It's better to cultivate various abilities as early as possible. It will take a lot of time to train after you fall asleep. Tucker waved his hand. The magic bracelet flew down quickly and landed steadily on Tucker's wrist. Summon my magic messenger later and let it deliver the magic letter to the magic closet in the magic house. At the same time, we must also prepare for the next actions and plans. I heard from Baggins that the steam tower in the Trinity Church seemed to have actions and plans this time. During this trip underground, who knows what kind of turmoil will happen in the world deep underground. We must be fully prepared in advance. Chapter 209 First Encounter. Spiritual World Layer. In the Dwarf Street Steam Lighthouse Group, in a secret room in the dark soil layer under a steam lighthouse, Tucker sat cross-legged quietly in the corner. In the room, there were 5 other extraordinary people like Tucker waiting. Darkness mixed with sticky dark soil, like heavy water, can easily pollute and even penetrate the body of extraordinary people, causing them to distort and lose control. This is also why ordinary extraordinary people dare only stay in the safe area of the tower, even if they enter the spiritual world layer, and dare not enter the ground containing the dark soil of the spiritual world. And for Tucker's current powerful extraordinary ecology, there is no problem staying in this environment all year round. In the room, the leader is the steam shadow wizard Bevis Twain. In addition to him, there are 2 4th-level extraordinary people. In addition to the 3 3rd-level extraordinary people including Tucker. Compared with strength, credibility is the key to the dwarf family's underground treasure trip this time. Of course, strength cannot be too weak. Those who can gather here have all passed the assessment of the steam shadow wizard Bevis Twain, and their strength is still guaranteed to a certain extent. At this time, each of the 6 people in the room brought a corresponding guarantor. Baggins's magical scroll was being carried by Tucker, and Baggins was among them. It must be said that the methods of the dwarf family are quite simple and straightforward. Whoever participates will put his life in the hands of the participants. Once the participant rebels, he can easily kill the dwarf who pulled him into the group. Whoever sows the bitter fruit will be the first to eat it. Simple, efficient, and retribution in this life. Tucker, who was shrouded in the form of a shadow ring staff, silently comprehended the mystery of the shadow rune, and at the same time examined and explored the people around him. Two extraordinary people of the third level. One is a level 38 Windwalker, and the speed is highlighted in one word: fast. Tucker can feel the powerful force of the wind in the wind rune blade in his hand from a distance. The other is a level 39 Steam Arcane Wizard. Tucker searched the memory veins in his mind carefully, and then he confirmed that this guy was an arcane wizard genius from the Lamore Steam Tower, named Carl Morris. The two fourth-level extraordinary people who were farther away, a female steam assassin and a light knight. They were also extremely powerful. Tucker did not have a detailed insight. Because the fifth-level steam shadow wizard Bevis Twain was right next to Tucker, Tucker did not dare to make too many moves. Just when Tucker came over, this fifth-level steam shadow wizard also talked to Tucker about the use of shadow power, which made Tucker quite insightful. After gradually examining these teammates, Tucker gradually felt at ease. There are teammates who run slower than him. This underground trip is still relatively safe. Sometimes, don't think that teammates who run slowly are a burden. Isn't it nice to have one more front row? While several people were waiting. Buzz! The extremely subtle rhythm of fluctuations came from the depths of the dark soil of the spirit world. This subtle rhythm was almost undetectable, and was completely covered by the roar of the battle flag. Even Tucker could only rely on the innate ability of Steam World, original spiritual state to feel it carefully. Has the battle of the underground masters begun? This time, it was the Three-Eyed God Church and the High Tower Masters who took Blaster Tucker to take the lead in the battle to attract firepower. After a while, the rhythm of the battle fluctuations was obviously strengthened. Tucker was able to use the precision, correction talent to see the veins of the subtle battle fluctuations. But the people who were waiting here quietly still didn't notice it. Until Tucker was able to feel a little fluctuation at the deep source energy level. The steam shadow wizard Bevis Twain on the side slowly opened his eyes. Has the battle deep underground begun? Bevis Twain thought to himself. As he said, this is a battle in which the blasphemer Tucker will participate. It will definitely attract many strong men to appear there, and even the son of Dark Sun will appear there. Will this battle be the one in which the blasphemer Tucker declares himself as a God-favored one? After thinking for a moment, Bevis Twain slowly gathered his mind. Everyone. A mellow voice sounded slowly. Everyone, including Tucker, opened their eyes at the same time. It's begun. As Bevis Twain spoke, everyone stood up at the same time. Bevis Twain, who was in the lead, came to a wall and placed one hand on it. The obscure, low, and vast wonderful spell slowly began to chant. Steam source energy and the mystery of shadow runes echoed around and resonated with it. The dwarf family built a treasure land in the underground seal area. At the same time, they also kept certain means. That is, from the spirit world layer here on the dwarf street, the door to the spirit world secret path can be opened, and everyone can jump into it and quickly reach the area near the treasure land. But during this period of time, the power of the Dark Sun has eroded the spirit world layer, the mirror layer, the dream layer, and the shadow layer to varying degrees. And this hidden passage will pass through so many strange layers. If you pass through quickly, you may encounter certain dangers. The time to test everyone's strength has come. Not long after, a deep, vast, wide, but bottomless layer domain rapid descent channel appeared behind the secret path door opened by Bevis Twain. Bevis Twain turned around and glanced at everyone, and he said in a mellow voice, "Be careful, I will open the way for you first. If you don't arrive in 3 minutes, I will leave there. If unfortunately 2 people don't arrive, it means that this operation has failed. 6 people, 6 kinds of magic keys, but each dwarf holds 2 different keys. In this way, even if one person unfortunately dies, it will not delay the opening of others. But if 2 people died, it would mean the mission failed. After all, if 2 people were lost just in the process of entering, there was really no need to open the treasure. The way back was much more difficult than the way down." After saying this, Bevis Twain clasped his hands together and raised them up, with his thumbs close to his forehead, using his hands as eyes, reverently chanting in a low voice. "May the great Three-Eyed God bless us." This is a noble gesture etiquette to pray to the Three-Eyed God. Tucker raised his eyebrows, not expecting that this steam shadow wizard was also a believer of the Three-Eyed God. Several other people also immediately prayed to the God's Eye. Although Tucker agreed to take on the position of the God Scroll of the Three-Eyed God Church, he was still a little unfamiliar with the ritual movements and ritual forms of the Three-Eyed God Church. He could only learn from everyone else. After finishing a brief prayer to the God's Eye, Bevis Twain jumped directly into the secret path of the descent layer and quickly disappeared. Others followed one after another. Tucker was the last person to jump in. As soon as he jumped into it, the weightlessness of the rapid descent quickly spread, and the power of the layer domain continued to bloom around him. Tucker was descending while carefully exploring the world around him. This rapid descent channel was tilted and curved downward, like a huge slide. From the spiritual layer, he quickly fell into the dream layer. Just as some bizarre nightmare creatures discovered Tucker, Tucker had already quickly passed by them. Next was the mirror layer, and the front, back, top, bottom, left and right showed a figure similar to Tucker. Not long after, the shadow layer that Tucker was familiar with below began to emerge. As Tucker continued to fall, hiss hiss hiss, accompanied by a low hiss, an extremely fierce, violent, cruel and terrifying aura quickly spread. The moment Tucker fell into the shadow layer, a huge shadow demon spider lord like an armored Tucker car came into Tucker's eyes. It's the Shadow Lord. In an instant, Tucker recognized it. This Shadow Spider Lord was the big guy who chased the Shadow Flame Wolf everywhere. At that time, Tucker thought that he might not be able to defeat him with his strength. Even if he could, it would make a lot of noise and be taken advantage of by other Shadow Sequence Masters, so he didn't think about it. Unexpectedly, he encountered this big guy when he passed the shadow layer this time. Save me. At this moment, a cry for help came from the outline of the shadow spider silk in front of the shadow spider. Tucker's eyes moved slightly, and a powerful vision bloomed. But he saw that the 44th level steam assassin, Annabelle, was entangled in the shadow spider silk. Tucker didn't want to fail the mission as soon as he landed. After all, Tucker had digested everything, and it was still necessary to ensure the completion of the mission. With this thought in mind, Tucker's left-hand ring staff source energy bloomed instantly. Boom! The extremely strong healing holy light, accompanied by the strong mystery of the light rune, fell on the entangled shadow spider silk. The strong light instantly illuminated the entire silent and dull shadow layer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Open Ceiling Barrier. Boom! The strong holy light that illuminated the entire shadow area scared away the Shadow Spider Lord and also blasted the Shadow Spider Lord's Shadow Spider Silk to pieces. As a Lord-level Shadow Spider Silk, its own strength is naturally needless to say. However, Tucker's holy light healing technique is of high level, and the power of the rune mystery is also not weak. Although he did not use his own rune mystery power, the power of the third-level light blazing ring staff was enough. Woo woo woo! The sharp, rapid, and passionate steam roared from the shadow spider silk. As a steam sequence transcendent, under normal conditions, the foundation of the foundation is stronger than that of ordinary transcendence of the same level. When the power of the steam sequence explodes, the strength will be even higher. As a large amount of steam gushed out. Rip! The shadow spider silk was directly torn apart by a sharp blade. The steam assassin Annabelle wearing living wood leather armor broke free from it. Glancing at the shadow spider lord, whose size was like a small house not far away, fear emerged in her bright eyes. Even the pale face she had been in before, when she was in danger of death, had not yet recovered. Let's go, we can't deal with the shadow spider lord. Annabelle stepped on the steam and jumped to Tucker's side, her voice crisp and clear. When the two of them descended quickly again. Hiss! The angry roar, mixed with soul vibrations, swept towards the two of them. Be careful. Annabelle, whose face changed drastically, was about to remind Tucker, and she instantly fell into a dazed state. Tucker instantly understood how this powerful fourth-level steam assassin was so easily caught by the Shadow Spider Lord. The soul defense of this steam assassin seemed not strong enough. For the soul attack of a normal transcendent, the soul defense of the steam assassin might be enough. But for the Spider Lord, it seemed a little bit worse. Fortunately, it was only a brief moment of stagnation and confusion, and it was good that the soul was not torn apart on the spot. After all, many ordinary fourth-level extraordinary people did not even have the courage to watch the Lord. As for Tucker, the third-level soul curtain, in Tucker's shadow curtain robe, rippled like the surface of the water. Easily resisted the soul roar that came. The powerful 4-star rune witchcraft, with Tucker's Shadow Rune Mystery and Soul Rune Mystery as the foundation, had no problem blocking the ordinary roar of the 4th level Lord. Tucker's shadow curtain robe rolled up Annabelle, and Tucker descended rapidly. At this moment, the angry and unwilling Shadow Demon Spider Lord rushed directly into the descent channel. He suddenly swallowed a big mouthful, and immediately a large area of source energy around him responded quickly. Even within Tucker's field of vision, the surrounding world showed the veins of a spider web. The Lord's magical power, spider web catching world. This Shadow Spider Lord wanted to capture Tucker and the female steam assassin together. Tucker, who was originally in the state of an ordinary wizard, suddenly showed a cold, and terrifying brutal murderous aura that chilled people to the bone. Tucker raised his hands at the same time, and his long arms were like guns. Arcane shooting, light-shaping spear, phase projection. Witchcraft, magic, under the Trinity, Tucker aimed at the Shadow Spider Lord with precision. Tucker looked at the other party like an indifferent god of death. Want to use magic to capture me in front of me? Just open your mouth and try to see if I can shoot directly at the burst note of your magic, so that you can taste a backlash of your magic being blown up. The Shadow Spider Lord, who is accumulating magic power, obviously felt a huge threat. The 8 spider magic eyes of the Shadow Spider Lord looked at the human below. The magic power biting on the edge of his mouth was curbed alive. If it really wanted to perform, it could vaguely sense that it would be itself that would be badly injured. In the cold gaze, the Shadow Spider Lord did not burst out his magical power that could capture the world. Watching the two humans, or more accurately, the human wizard disappearing outside its field of vision, it quickly sank to a depth that the Shadow Spider Lord's magical power could not reach. Tucker then silently dispersed the witchcraft and magical power he had held, and at the same time, his aura returned from the cold, tyrannical, bloody and cruel killing state to the state of an ordinary wizard. It was not until this time that Annabelle, who was wrapped in Tucker's shadow robe, initially found her own state. The soul's thinking gradually returned to the body. Annabelle, who had found herself, hurriedly looked up. However, what she saw was an empty passage where the shadow layer and the spirit layer overlapped. Looking at the 3rd level wizard next to her, Annabelle suddenly understood. Soon, Annabelle's rosy cheeks gradually regained their rosy color, and a little smile emerged. "Thank you just now." Tucker slowly retracted the shadow robe, and his expression returned to his usual calm and natural look. He nodded lightly in response. As he descended rapidly. After Tucker passed through the dream layer and the spiritual layer twice, Tucker felt a different breath. It was a breath that seemed to be able to imprison the entire world. World barrier. When the world was born, it built its own world barrier with a perfect boundary. The dimensions of time, space, and multiple domains were all involved in the world barrier, and finally built into a terrifying world barrier. At the same time, within the world, a world power was built that suppressed source energy, witchcraft banes, and extraordinary abilities in all directions. So far, the small world of barrier plus seal was born. Such a small world with the characteristics of a sealed barrier is a perfect place for treasures. Well, it is also a perfect place for burials. Before this kind of small world is completely closed, open a passage and build a sealed door. You can create a treasure land of the underground world controlled by your own family, and this is what the dwarf family has been doing for hundreds of years. This natural sealed land is too easy to use. So much so that the Saint Land Tower also learned it. There, many taboo seals, or some disaster items, that are not easy to control are delivered to the small world of these sealed barriers. Result. The ash tide of the Dark Sun surged from the underground world when the Dark Sun Church attacked Lamore. As a result, Saint Land lost control of many sealed places in the underground world. Although the control was lost. However, the natural benefits of the sealed land were reflected. As long as I don't come to open it, you can't open it. You can't pry it open. After all, this is part of the cycle of the entire Saint Land extraordinary ecological world. As he fell, Tucker saw huge spheres, showing various colors and fluctuations. It runs through many dimensions such as reality, spirit world, shadow, dream, mirror, etc. Even Tucker's phase vision can only stay on the edge of these huge sealed enchantment spheres. However, there are also some sealed enchantment sphere worlds that are in a broken state. But even if they are broken, the fragments of these sealed enchantment worlds have powerful enchantment and sealing radiation capabilities. Around these fragments, the space is in a state of confinement. Compared with those complete and orderly sealed enchantments, These orderly broken sealed enchantment fragments are more dangerous. Not long after, Tucker and Annabelle fell in the real lair. And the place where they fell was a small sealed enchantment world with various cracks and holes on all sides. It can be seen that the growth process of this small sealed enchantment world should be quite exciting. Otherwise, there would not be so many big holes on the body. Tucker landed and glanced. First, his brows frowned slightly, and then his heart eased a little. Tucker was the last to jump in. At this time, when Tucker landed, there were only 3 people here. Fortunately, Tucker saved Annabelle, otherwise the 4 people would fail as soon as they landed. Bevis Twain, who was waiting, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tucker and Annabelle land at the same time. At least 5 people have arrived, so the plan for this trip can still be implemented. Have you seen the Knight of Light, Douglas? Bevis Twain asked in a low voice. Tucker shook his head. I was at the back and didn't see him. Annabelle, who was standing next to him, also shook her head. He looked up. The Knight of Light, who was least afraid of darkness, fell into the darkest abyss. This beginning doesn't seem to be very good. But fortunately, the 5 people can still get the key together. Bevis Twain stared for a moment before saying this. The situation here is much better than we thought. Let's wait here and rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, whether Douglas comes or not, we will start the action immediately. Everyone immediately found a corner to restore their soul state. Rapidly passing through the spirit world layer, shadow layer, dream layer, and mirror layer itself has a very strong impact on the soul. It is a very challenging task for non-wizard sequences. Tucker also sat down quietly. Compared with the others who were resting, Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged, was very happy at this moment, but of course, there was no expression on his face. One of the important purposes of Tucker's trip was to explore these sealed enchantment worlds. And what landed on him was an open sealed enchantment world. It was like giving him a perfect and safe experimental subject. Feeling this open sealed enchantment world under him, he quietly began his experiment. Chapter 211 Phase Divine Power vs. Ceiling Barrier. Tucker sat cross-legged. The first experiment he conducted was the extraordinary magical power, phase walking. Phase walking has extremely powerful traveling ability. Crossing complex domains. The dimensions of dreams and reality. Walking in deep space exile. These are not a big problem for the extraordinary magical power, phase walking. But this time, bang! A slight bubble burst and spread around Tucker. Phase walking passed through the barrier. Failed. Tucker groped for the cold barrier entity made of strange materials under his feet. Tucker was prepared for this failure. After all, the dungeon demon Mephisto was trapped to death. If he could use phase walking to get out of there, he would definitely try his best to leave. Tucker thought that his phase walking was about 5 or 6 times stronger than the opponent's phase walking in terms of basic magical power characteristics. It should be slightly stronger. Now it seems that it is only a little stronger. Mephisto couldn't break free, and Tucker had no way to break through. As for destroying this barrier and escaping by physical means, forget about it. The barrier seals the barrier, and there are powerful special characteristics involved. It seems. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged, rubbed his palm slightly under his wizard robe. My magical powers can't be relied on. Then, Tucker took a deep breath and slowly stepped out. Look at my steam world. Woo-woo. The very low roar of steam bloomed gently with extremely weak ripples. Tucker used the SSS exclusive extraordinary talent, Steam World, Original Spiritual State, to slowly penetrate and ignite the small world of the sealed barrier. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had already passed. And the Knight of Light Douglas did not appear. There is no doubt that the knight who believed in light disappeared in the depths of darkness. As Bevis Twain stood up, everyone stood up one after another. Tucker and the crowd frowned at this time, thinking about something. Douglas should have disappeared into the depths of darkness. Fortunately, this time, there is another person in our team who possesses a powerful force of light. Bevis Twain looked at Tucker. Everyone's eyes followed Bevis Twain and fell on Tucker. Andre, it will depend on your light power on the magic bridge later. Bevis Twain said happily. No problem. Tucker nodded. Let's go. Looking around, Bevis Twain took the lead and sank into the darkness on the side. Everyone followed one after another. Tucker, who was in the crowd, silently thought about the results of this experiment. During this 10 minutes, which was not too long or too short, Tucker tried to use Steam world, original spiritual state, to resonate and penetrate the small world of the sealed barrier. It was different from the situation where ordinary ecology could be penetrated at a glance. The small world of the sealed barrier was very resistant to external forces. But the good news is, Tucker's steam power can still be continuously circulated and infiltrated through this SSS exclusive extraordinary talent that breaks the talent ceiling, but the efficiency is relatively slow. Of course, this is also related to Tucker's lack of full firepower. It is also related to Tucker's current SSS exclusive extraordinary talent is not high enough. After all, Tucker's SSS level exclusive talent is only 2020%, and he has not advanced much after crossing the threshold. In the 1000% to 2000% extraordinary talent level, it takes 2 talent fragments to increase by 1 percentage point. After breaking the 2000% extraordinary talent mark, it takes 5 talent fragments to increase by 1 percentage point. Tucker needs to accumulate slowly to stack up the effect. However, at the current 2020% state, it can interact to a certain extent with this kind of sealed barrier small world that blocks phase walk. But Tucker believes that as he improves, the effect of this talent will definitely be better. Overall, Tucker's steam world, original spiritual state, has an effect on the sealed barrier small world, but the effect is not great. It may take 1 or 2 months, or even several months, to complete the fusion of the steam world with the sealed barrier world in a certain area. Although it will not be trapped to death, but it will be quite troublesome. In addition, those broken pieces of the sealed barrier world, because they are broken, radiate outward and make their power more active. Other people can't use this kind of thing, but I seem to be able to. But these pieces are all large pieces. Look for some pieces later and see if they can be put into the magic house. Well, let's try with small pieces first and see the effect. Just put in large pieces directly, my newly born magic house may not be able to withstand it. A group of people, along the underground world, the cave path opened up by the dwarves, continued to move forward. About 2 hours later, in a sunken underground rift, Tucker, who was in a shadow-hidden state, was observing a piece of sealed barrier stone that was about the size of a bison and slightly floating not far in front of him. This is a place relatively close to the dwarf treasure. Everyone stopped to rest and prepare for battle. Steam assassin Annabelle went to explore the way ahead. Tucker was going to look around to see if there were any fragments of the ceiling boundary, and he just happened to find it at this time. However, Tucker did not approach rashly. Just now when Tucker proposed to look around to see if there were any fragments of the ceiling boundary, Bevis Twain told Tucker, the ceiling boundary stone naturally has the powerful ability of seal. It is very similar to the forbidden magic stone Colossus in the East Continent, but even stronger. If you are not sure about the safety of the surroundings, it is better for the wizard's sequence not to approach casually. After examining the ceiling boundary stone in front of him for a moment, Tucker gradually retracted his precise vision. It naturally has a strong ability to restrain the flow of source energy. And this is also one of the ways that the seal feature restrains wizards. If source energy cannot flow, spells cannot respond, and naturally there will be no witchcraft. The same is true for other extraordinary people. However, sequences such as warriors, knights, and assassins do not rely on source energy as much as wizards. When neither side uses source energy, the wizard will appear to be stupid. But for me, it's not a big problem. This doesn't affect my magical power, phase walking, too much. As long as it doesn't pass through the barrier of the seal barrier, phase walking will be fine. At the same time, Tucker gradually approached the seal barrier stone. When the distance was close enough and it had affected Tucker's witchcraft, Tucker pinched it with one hand. Wow, the blazing flames burst out. It's not possible to open my heart of fire through source energy. But it's still possible to open my heart of fire through magical power. In essence, my magical power, heart of fire, uses the same ability as phase walking, and is not affected by the source power seal. Not bad. The characteristics of the magic house should also be affected, and it may even be impossible to open the magic door because of the ceiling boundary stone thrown into it. But I can still walk in and out with phase walking without any problem. Around the ceiling boundary stone, that was the size of a bison and was iron blue. After trying phase walking to confirm that there was no problem, Tucker tried to open the magic bracelet, and as expected, it couldn't be opened at all. The magic door was imprisoned. Interesting. Tucker smiled. Immediately, Tucker placed one hand on the sealing boundary stone. Go. The phase ability was instantly activated. With a bang, the phase bubble exploded. The sealing boundary stone did not move at all. Huh? Tucker's eyebrows moved slightly. After thinking for a while, Tucker raised his palm again, and then activated the phase ability in a big way. A large amount of special phase power surged like a tide and quickly gathered to wrap up the sealing boundary stone. At this moment, something amazing happened. The seal power that permeated the surrounding space. As Tucker's phase magic wrapped the sealing boundary stone, it disappeared quickly. This scene made Tucker stunned. After thinking for a while, Tucker suddenly understood the reason and couldn't help laughing. I can't pass through you, so you can't pass through me either. Tucker raised his hand lightly. The sealing boundary stone was easily lifted up. Interesting. Take it back and study this property in detail. The properties of this thing are quite unusual. If I use my steam world to complete the steam cycle, I wonder if this magical power of seal and barrier can be used by me. Well, it needs to be explored. Then Tucker threw it. He threw the sealing boundary stone into the magical hut. When Tucker removed the phase power, buzz, buzz, the powerful power of the sealing boundary stone quickly spread out, sealing the magical hut while also spreading the sealing power and sealing the outside area. This small experiment made Tucker nod slightly. The power of the seal is very strong. No wonder there is no use of this powerful and rare sealing boundary small world fragment outside. Not to mention that normal means cannot be transported. Even if it takes a lot of effort to transport it out, keeping it at home will only increase the strength for yourself. Anyone with a normal mind will not suffer this kind of pain for themselves. However, there should be some research teams outside, but the effect. There is no sound, so it is likely to be completely cold. Immediately, Tucker activated the phase power again to phase wrap the sealing boundary stone. With the wrapping of the phase power, Tucker can use the magic bracelet normally this time. The phase power condensed by Tucker can completely settle down and seal and preserve this sealing boundary stone for a long time. It's about time for Annabelle to go back. Thinking this, Tucker looked around and walked quietly towards the stronghold. Chapter 212, Staying 1 second will make you melt. In a hidden corner, Bevis Twain and others were waiting here. The shadow barrier stretched out a hemisphere, covering the situation inside. It would not be discovered by the bloodbats outside. It was because they found the bloodbats here that they asked the steam assassin Annabelle to go ahead to explore the way. Wow! Using his shadow power, Tucker quietly entered the hemispherical shadow barrier. How is it? Did you find it? Seeing Tucker coming back, Bevis Twain raised his eyelids and asked in a soothing tone. Found it? It looks pretty good, but it's a pity that I can't take it away. Tucker shook his head. Bevis Twain smiled when he heard it. That thing is indeed quite rare and powerful. But it is the kind of thing that is very, very difficult to use. Just taking it away is as difficult as ascending to heaven, not to mention that after taking it away, the place to put it is also quite troublesome. The complete product can also be used as a sealed area. The fragments of the power blooming and fading can only be allowed to return to the Saintland ecosystem here. Indeed. Tucker agreed with this. Travel around the extraordinary world more, and you will know that there are so many magical things outside. Today is an eye-opener. Tucker said this sincerely. Before Tucker came down, he didn't feel that there was anything special here. But after coming down, he felt a magical stone that could easily and comprehensively contain his source energy. This made Tucker couldn't help but secretly marvel at the magic and magnificence of the extraordinary ecology. There is such a magical place of creation in Saintland alone. Not to mention other places in the extraordinary world of Augu binary stars. For example, in the extraordinary deep sea, there is the fountain of youth that makes people live longer, and there are extraordinary sea monsters that extraordinary masters dare not confront. In the East Continent, there are those forbidden magic stone colossus life forms, walking mountain giants, and 100-meter high tree man tower group. Of course, the weirdness of the Principality of Syrian is not inferior. In the Principality of Syrian, most of the territory was dragged and sunk by the ashes. The weather in other parts of the continent is normal. Right here, there is only 1 day and 1 night in January, and it has become a bizarre land of ashes. Let's not talk about what is too far away, just talk about what is in front of us. In the deeper place, there is the forbidden sealed item, which is an incredible magical creation with powerful rules of mysticism. That thing, no matter how high your talent is or how strong your strength is, if you don't follow the rules of mysticism, even a supermaster will suffer a lot at the hands of those terrifying, forbidden sealed items. Tucker's words made Bevis Twain quite agree. That's right. Walk more in the superworld and sail more, you will be able to see a more magical world. In this way, you can go further on your super road. Even, be honored to be in the Master's Hall. While several people were chatting, a figure quietly passed through the shadow barrier. Steam assassin Annabelle emerged. How is it? Bevis Twain immediately looked over and asked. Very tricky. Annabelle paused and said it simply as always. This immediately made everyone frown. Not only is there a vampire castle built on the magic bridge, there are also 3 5th-level Earl vampires. There are more than a dozen 4th-level vampires. The area is covered with a large number of bats, the number is endless. In addition, those vampires have also transformed the extraordinary ecological environment. Under the magic bridge is the Nether Blood Pool. They have guided a lot of the power of the Nether Blood Sea. Annabelle's explanation made everyone in the shadow barrier frown, and their hearts sank completely. Bevis Twain said in a rather low voice. If it's just the Blood Clan Castle and 3 5th-level Blood Clan, I can still handle it for a while. But the Nether Blood Pool below is too tricky. The Nether Blood Pool gives Blood Clan recovery ability and all-round blessing, far exceeding the Blood Clan Castle. The Blood Clan Castle can still be destroyed, but the Nether Blood Pool, such a powerful supernatural ecological force, can only be countered by a more powerful supernatural ecology. With our means, it is difficult to expel the power of the Nether Blood Pool. It is almost impossible for us to kill those 5th-level Blood Clan near the Nether Blood Pool. Not to mention there are so many 4th-level and 3rd-level Blood Clan. As he spoke, Bevis Twain frowned. Although you are all very strong, it is no problem for one to beat several. But they also have a large number of Blood Clan bats. You also know those damn Blood Clan bats. Once you enter the melee, they are too troublesome. Indeed. This made the other people nod. A large number of Blood Clan bats are pouring down in a torrent, and Blood Clans are mixed in it, which can easily inflict fatal injuries on us. The Steam Arcane Wizard Carl Morris said slowly. I almost died in this state once before because of a sneak attack by a Blood Clan master. Fortunately, I had already become a Steam sequence at that time, and my physical defense was still good, otherwise, Carl Morris, would not have existed long ago. Even if I was trapped, I could only escape. Windwalker Layton shook his head slightly. Annabelle, who was silent at this time, glanced at Tucker slightly. She knew that the light power of this steam wizard named Andre was very powerful. At this time, Tucker slowly spoke. I think I have a way to drive away those annoying bats. Even those Blood Clans over level 30 dare not approach. Tucker didn't speak, but once he spoke, everyone was stunned. You're only over level 30. You can actually make Blood Clans over level 30 dare not approach? Are you sure? Even Bevis Twain was a little surprised. Tucker nodded and said seriously. My light magic is still very powerful. Seeing Tucker's words, Annabelle on the side finally stopped hiding it. Andre's light magic is indeed very powerful. Before, I was captured by the Shadow Spider Lord, and it was Andre who saved me. Otherwise, our mission has failed. Saving people from the hands of the Shadow Spider Lord. This Andre might be too bold. Bevis Twain on the side looked at Tucker and laughed softly. It seems that there is another strong person chasing light among us. In this case, let's start to act according to the previous plan. Understood. Everyone responded in a low voice. At the end of the dark and silent magic bridge is a mechanical magic gate that is completely integrated with the small world of the sealed barrier. More than a dozen third-level Blood Clan guards are stationed here. Although, they can't open this strange, mechanical magic gate. But the powerful Blood Clan above said that during this period of time, humans or dwarves will come to force the opening. All they have to do is wait for those humans and dwarves to open it. Silently, a shadow glided from a corner not far away and landed near the magic long bridge. Just as two Blood Clans noticed it. The next moment, boom, the extremely hot light fell from the sky. However, this time the light column was no longer a highly condensed light column. Instead, it was a large-scale light curtain. condensing the holy light healing spell as a light column, and spreading it as a large light curtain. It is also more than 30 levels. But these Blood Clan guards, in the current Tucker's hot healing holy light, armor was quickly burned, and their skin, muscles, and bones melted rapidly like butter. Those who reacted faster knew to jump off the magic long bridge to survive. And those who reacted slower and wanted to come over to attack Tucker fell down quickly after taking 2 more steps, and their whole body melted directly, and then burned extremely hotly. Facing the 3rd level Tucker. If they stay for 1 more second, they will melt. This is the most true portrayal of these 3rd level vampires at this moment. Chapter 213, Fire-Breathing Wizard. The burning healing holy light was like a flower of light blooming gorgeously in the dark night. It brought death to those vampires born in darkness. Yes, death. As Tucker exerted all his strength to activate a ring of bright flames. Under the sorcery linkage of the 2-star, holy light healing technique, and the 3-star, steam light feather blade, the light was like a sharp blade. It pierced the darkness, tore apart and ignited those dark and corrupted vampire creatures. With Tucker as the center, within a range of hundreds of meters, those vampire bats of more than 10 levels who still wanted to get closer. With a hiss, they turned into fireballs and burned violently. And those vampire bats that were farther away and only had a few levels, their butts were smoking while they were escaping. Then, with a crash, their whole bodies caught fire. As for those vampire bats farther away, although they could not withstand 2 intense attacks, the angel characteristics contained in the holy light healing technique naturally brought an indescribable fear to them. In addition, their companions turned into flames to illuminate the road to death for them. There was no time to escape. How dare they get close? Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the holy light. The entire magic bridge space was filled with many Blood Clan bats blessed by the nether blood pool. Not only did they not dare to rush over, but they were frightened and retreated step by step. Tucker's healing holy light fell. It had a powerful AoE damage to clear the field. At the same time, Shadow Wizard Bevis Twain came to Tucker's side with a shadow. Tucker glanced at him. But he found that the Shadow Wizard Bevis Twain was actually bathed in holy light. The power of the holy light healing technique directly half-penetrated Bevis Twain and did not cause any damage to him. The translucent shadow just existed quietly in the scorching holy light. What kind of shadow power is this? This surprised Tucker slightly. Immediately, the precise vision in the depths of Tucker's eyes bloomed. And Bevis Twain seemed to notice Tucker's gaze. Shadows go hand in hand with light. When you build the Rune World Tower, you will naturally understand. Although Bevis Twain's words explained Tucker's doubts, they also made Tucker slightly alert. As Tucker encountered more powerful supernatural beings, if he was not careful, the methods he was proud of before might be noticed by others. The Bevis Twain in front of him was quite gentle and admired him. Not only did he not care about him, but he pointed out Tucker's doubts. If it were any other wizard, he would most likely throw a spell at him, teach him a lesson, and then fight him on the spot. In the supernatural world outside, there are many things that offend people if you look at them for a second longer. These days, I have been focusing on the understanding of the mysteries of runes, and the in-depth development of my talents has fallen behind. Although there is a new path for improvement, the in-depth use of the extraordinary talents as the foundation of the extraordinary still needs to be kept up. Let my visual ability more deeply fit the trajectory of the world's veins, so that it is not easy to be noticed. After a while, I have to improve my talents and other abilities such as precise vision. Tucker thought for a while. In addition, Bevis Twain actually built a Rune World Tower. Just as I guessed, this guy is really a master. Otherwise, I dare not say that I can face 3 powerful blood earls, and I can fight 3 alone, and they are 3 5th level Earl blood clans blessed by the nether blood pool. Saintland is really a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. With this thought, Tucker's awe of the extraordinary world became even greater. Just as Tucker was thinking, several other people arrived one after another. And Tucker's healing holy light naturally alarmed many Blood Clan strongmen in the Blood Clan castle across the magic bridge. 3 5th level vampire earls and more than a dozen 4th level vampire viscounts landed on the magic bridge. As soon as they landed, the faces of these vampire masters changed slightly. They could feel that the area opposite the magic bridge was filled with extremely terrifying light power. Even some 4th level vampire viscounts had skin sizzling on the side facing Tucker, with burns and scalds appearing. As for the third level vampires, let alone, they didn't dare to get close at all, as they would melt if they got close. It contains the sacred light power of angels, with the characteristics of punishment, divine punishment, and purification. For these vampires, it is naturally an indescribable terrifying force. In the confrontation, the scroll that Tucker was carrying fell off. Baggins came out and carried the scroll on his back, and at the same time tore open a 5th level 4-star shield scroll. Buzz! The energy barrier was as thick as a fist, and the shield with golden dragon scales wrapped Baggins tightly. The other 4 people did the same and cast a powerful shield on themselves. This way, they would not be ambushed and killed by the vampires when they opened the mechanical magic door. Seeing the dwarves running quickly to the mechanical magic door, among the 3 5th level vampires, the leading vampire immediately roared in a low voice with red eyes. Kill them all. Many vampires have been stationed here for a long time, isn't it for the treasure here? Today, those dwarves came here with magic keys, just to bring them treasures. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Along with a sharp hissing, the nether blood pool below also suddenly surged. The whole space area was filled with blood in an instant. Hiss hiss hiss. The air was filled with a scarlet and sticky smell of blood. A large number of vampires came at the same time. Tucker and others took action at the same time to create time for the dwarves to open the mechanical magic door. The battle broke out fiercely in an instant. The magic long bridge was shaken violently. Bevis Twain, the leader, directly blocked the 3 powerful vampires. The other vampires rushed towards Tucker and the others. Most of the vampires were good at close combat. At the same time, many vampires also mastered powerful spells. Tucker had just put on the Dragonsaur scale armor shield. A dozen bloodthirsty venomous snakes shot out like sharp swords. Even though they were burned and purified by Tucker's healing holy light, these venomous snakes also slammed into Tucker's Dragonsaur spirit armor shield. The green venom hissed and corroded Tucker's shield. These venom attacks, as long as the venom contained is strong enough and the level is high enough, intermediate extraordinary people will be poisoned to death. Tucker had just summoned 2 abyss bloodthirsty demon vines. A large number of bats flew towards Tucker. At this time, Tucker held up a powerful and strong holy light curtain, and the power of holy light swept the whole place. At first glance, he was in a state of supporting spells and was easy to bully. Several vampires aimed at Tucker. As soon as the large number of bats approached, Tucker's 2 abyss bloodthirsty demonic vine instantly turned into residual images. There was only a rapid pa-pa-pa whipping sound. Those Blood Clan bats were constantly whipped into blood mist debris. Even the 42nd level Blood Clan Viscount disguised in it was whipped out directly, and his Blood Clan human form was whipped out. Asshole! Die! The Blood Clan that was whipped away immediately roared and rushed up again. But Tucker didn't tolerate him at all. The fire spell that had been prepared in the ecological magic network instantly tilted out. Hoo-la-la! Like a high-pressure water gun, a large amount of kerosene and flames were sprayed towards the Blood Clan that rushed over. Tucker's kerosene spray was not only accurate, but also fast. The Blood Clan couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. The kerosene washed his face and instantly ignited the unfortunate Blood Clan. At the same time, Tucker also instantly entered the semi-transcendent state of light and flame, which is rarely entered, the blazing state. Damn it! When seeing Tucker's burning body, and it was still containing intense light power, the faces of several vampires who rushed towards Tucker changed wildly in an instant. If they rushed over, it would be like a moth to a flame. Just in this area, they felt that they were on fire. If they were set on fire by those flames containing the power of light, they would be half dead if they didn't die. As Tucker's heart of flame, magical power bloomed. The famous work of the fire-breathing wizard, Andre, World of Fire, was officially ready. Let the world feel the pain of being burned. Woo woo woo, accompanied by the low, melodious, and vast roar of steam. The extremely violent flame power contained in the heart of flame spewed out wantonly at this moment. The blazing flames kept spewing out in all directions. Chapter 214. Other wizards sprayed flames one after another, and the duration would not be too long. But when Tucker sprayed flames, he could not stop at all, which highlighted his long-lasting endurance. Steam, world, original spiritual state allowed Tucker to continuously transform witchcraft. Heart of Flame gave Tucker the ultimate and terrifying burning power. The flames of Heart of Flame were magical flames, and the burning damage was very amazing. In addition, original Dark Sea had been continuously investing heavily in capital for a long time, so the recovery ability of original Dark Sea was also quite terrifying. Tucker's current efficiency in casting spells could not catch up with the natural recovery speed of source energy. A large amount of converted kerosene, like a sticky curtain, was controlled by Tucker and intertwined around him. 5 or 6 kerosene spray directions opened fire at the same time. Several vampires dodged quickly and avoided it. A few unlucky guys were washed by the flames again. The viscosity of Tucker's kerosene, combined with the burning intensity of the heart of flame. This kind of vampire who was directly washed with kerosene would be roasted to a crisp, even if he didn't die. As the fire-breathing wizard Andre once again used the famous skill of the L'Amour lighthouse. In an instant, this area turned into a sea of burning fire. Not to mention those third-level vampires. Even the fourth-level vampires did not dare to fight Tucker in a blazing state. The magic long bridge, the bridge deck, the railings, the bridge piers, the magic chains extending from the rock walls on both sides, a large number of Bloodsea stone piers, and even the netherworld Bloodsea surface below. All were ignited, and the place where the eyes could see was completely turned into a fire pit. At this time, not only the faces of the vampires were extremely ugly. Even the faces of the few people who were traveling with Tucker became particularly strange. Wizard Andre was only the 3rd level, and his level was not high, obviously not more than level 35. But the power of his fire spell was simply amazing. You know, at the same time he was still supporting the powerful light witchcraft. This flame was simply spewing without source energy. Is this guy still human? Even the steam shadow wizard Bevis Twain was stunned at this time. The strength of this fire-breathing wizard, Andre, is simply outrageous. In the midst of violent fire-breathing, Tucker used part of his flames to attack the vampires who were close to him. And most of the kerosene fell down. Landed on the nether Bloodsea. At this time, Tucker opened fire at full power, and the main target was not these vampires, but the huge nether blood pool below. The burning kerosene fell like a rain of fire, falling into the dark and deep nether blood pool below. It burned violently on the surface of the nether blood pool. Hissing. A large amount of blood in the nether blood pool was constantly burned and consumed, making a hissing sound. Even the powerful power buried in it was affected. Annabelle didn't notice it, but Tucker noticed it. In the nether blood pool below, a terrifying power was brewing. Just when the two sides were fighting. Gurgle. Gurgle. Huge bubbles kept surging out from the depths of the blood pool. Bevis Twain's face suddenly changed when he noticed this. Is it done? Bevis Twain, who was dealing with 3 vampires, asked hurriedly. Almost. The one who responded to him was the 4th-level dwarf forging master who came with him. Unlike Baggins' unreliable answer, what the 4th-level dwarf forging master said was indeed almost done. Boom. Boom. The powerful breath of nether vampire was faintly heard from below. Nether vampire. This is one of the top and most powerful vampire sequences in the vampire sequence. For humans, the steam sequence is an upgrade of the sequence. And for vampires, the nether sequence is equivalent to the upgrade of the vampire. Of course, the title system of the vampire is also quite good, but the real upgrade is nether. At this time, deep in the blood pool below, there was a powerful 6th-level vampire who was precipitating the power of his nether sequence. Tucker felt it only when the blood below was boiling. Suddenly, boom, boom. A shaking like a volcanic eruption came from deep underground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge, burning palm rose up quickly. At a very fast speed, it slapped Tucker and others fiercely. The palm was so huge that it was enough to cover Tucker's holy light healing spell. If it was not blocked, the 5 dwarves who were opening the door would be slapped down or even killed on the spot. The shadow behind Tucker flickered, and a soul curtain shadow emerged from his body. Then, 2 spiritual hands the size of doors emerged from the soul curtain and rushed towards the huge Bloodsea palm. Not far away, Bevis Twain successfully condensed a witchcraft that he had prepared for a long time. A dark arched magic door bloomed on the magic bridge. Boom. The huge blood-colored palm and the dark black arched magic door collided violently. For a moment, the magic bridge was shaking and collapsed in a large area. But Bevis Twain's black arched magic door finally blocked the attack of the huge blood-colored palm, and the 2 sides formed a stalemate. At this moment, Tucker's spiritual hand also slapped it suddenly. The spiritual hand, which was always invincible, was blocked by the huge burning blood hand that was 20 to 30 times larger this time. Looking at this scene, Tucker's heart was determined. In the Steam Wizard ecosystem, the soul rune mysteries of the 4th ring state and the level close to the 5th ring state were all poured into the spiritual hand at the same time. Explode. Tucker chanted the spell of destruction and explosion in a low voice. Generally speaking, Tucker would not easily expose the profound rune mysteries he had comprehended. But when poured into the extreme explosion state, there would be no big problem. It was fleeting and difficult for anyone to detect. Even if he noticed it, it was the expansion caused by the explosion of special witchcraft, not the real control. The terrifying soul rune mystery close to the 5-ring state made the spiritual hand suddenly restrained. The next moment, accompanied by the amazing soul rune mystery. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly swept the whole world. The airwave shocked all the people and blood clans in the battle back a long distance. Even some blood clans were directly injured. Large pieces of broken lime fell from the sky. Whether it was humans or blood clans, everyone was stunned at this time. Even the surging sea of blood below was stagnant. Tucker's terrifying destructive rune mystery was so powerful that it shocked the whole audience once it was used. For a moment, even Bevis Twain was a little surprised. The extreme burst of rune mystery in that instant made him terrified. It should be a special witchcraft that aroused the explosion of the rune mystery, magnifying the rune mystery, not normal control. If it is the normal control of the rune mystery of the 5-ring state, then, that is too exaggerated. Bevis Twain, who had slightly restrained his mind, let out a breath. Among the mid-level extraordinary people, without decades of immersion, or even hundreds of years of practice, it is impossible to comprehend such a profound rune mystery. Not to mention the beginner wizards who have just been promoted to the 3rd level after practicing for a short time. Tucker's spiritual hand exploded with amazing power. Although it blew up Bevis Twain's magic arch, it also shattered the amazing blood clan palm. Then, a large piece of blood flame rain fell. Tucker's blazing flames were still burning the power of those nether blood pools. At this time, the aura of the 6th level nether blood clan in the nether blood pool below became more and more condensed. The 6th level nether blood clan strongman was coming up. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of the dwarves opening the mechanical magic door came from behind Tucker. Come in. The leading dwarf roared immediately. Several people immediately left the vampires and rushed to the mechanical magic door. Tucker walked through the shadow and came to the edge of the door that was more than 1 meter wide. At this time, the vampires outside obviously had no intention of chasing in. The strength of this group of humans is naturally needless to say. Each one is amazingly fierce. 1 against several is a small scene. Especially the 2 wizards with the highest and lowest levels, they are ridiculously strong. Without the blessing of the nether blood pool and the support of the 6th level nether blood clan strongman, they may not be able to defeat those humans. Ka-ka-ka. The mechanical magic door closed quickly. At the same time, the huge nether blood pool below was densely packed with gurgling bubbles. A dark nether blood clan completely soaked in blood broke through the water surface with a splash. Tucker's burning kerosene was quickly annihilated by her dark power. Ophelia, a 6th-rank vampire of the Netherworld vampire sequence, slowly fell on the damaged magic bridge. Blood naturally formed blood-colored ripples on the ground where she was. All the vampires bowed and saluted respectfully. Ophelia silently examined the closed mechanical magic door. Angel power. Interesting. Ophelia immediately sat cross-legged on the lonely bridge stone pier. More than 200 years of practice had given her enough patience. Since those people went in, they would definitely come out. She just had to stay here quietly. Chapter 215. 1 good news, 1 bad news. The good news is that we are safe and have avoided the frontal attack of the 6th level, Netherworld, Blood Clan, Strongman. The bad news is that we are trapped. If we want to leave, we have to face the attack of the 6th level, Netherworld, Blood Clan, Strongman, and this is when the other party is well prepared. Before the mechanical magic gate closed, the powerful and suffocating 6th level blood clan power made Tucker tremble. And the faces of others have begun to turn pale. Promotion after the 4th level requires time and talent precipitation. Both are indispensable. And the 6th level, not only does it require extremely high extraordinary talent, it is a class that requires a long time to be promoted. The 6th level strongman, whether it is the equipment background, the rune mystery, or the level of their own means and abilities, they have reached an extremely high level. and each of them is a battle-hardened existence. It can be said that the 6th level strongman is a top-level existence in all aspects, without any shortcomings. And this is why the 6th level strongman can become a bishop. And a master like Bevis Twain, in front of a 6th level strongman, dare not say that he can escape safely. There is a big gap between the 4th and 5th levels. The gap between the 5th and 6th levels is even greater. As the dwarf on the side activated the source energy magic mechanical instrument, soon, a large area of magic lights lit up. Tucker, who was originally preparing to take out his lantern, also put the lantern away very simply. As the magic lamp lit up, a huge spherical interior space appeared. It was just the interior sphere of the building after the transformation. In the patio area, you can see layers of rooms. Without looking too much, Tucker knew that these rooms contained a lot of wealth, top resources, rare treasures, and even taboo seals. Yes, there are also taboo seals here. Any family with some strength will try their best to collect these taboo seals. Taboo seals naturally have taboo characteristics. These taboo characteristics are most likely unique. This also leads to the fact that whether it is a high risk or low risk taboo seal, it is of amazing value. As a family with a rich history, Baggins' dwarf family also stored and sealed some forbidden seals here. Just as Tucker was looking around, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. He saw that several human extraordinary people led by Bevis Twain were looking at the 5 dwarves. Tucker was stunned. Would they kill the donkey on the spot? It sounds good. I like this. Kill our 5 dwarves, and the wealth here will belong to humans. Well, Baggins can be kept. I think he will definitely not refuse our proposal to divide the wealth of the dwarf family. However, Bevis Twain broke Tucker's fantasy as soon as he opened his mouth. Kaliru, you also saw the situation just now, the 6th level Nether Blood clan, the top bishop level strongman. According to our previous agreement, we met a bishop level strongman, so we need to adjust our remuneration for this trip. Tucker rubbed his eyebrows. I thought it was a robbery, but it turned out to be just adding money. Tucker, who didn't see blood on the spot, felt that it was not exciting enough. These guys are too honest after all. Perhaps those powerful demon contracts are really a huge threat to them. After all, they don't have powerful SSS level extraordinary talents like me. There are indeed similar clauses in the contract signed before. Tucker didn't care too much. But what Bevis Twain did at this time was very meaningful. It seems that he wants to be a paid guy. This guy is protecting these dwarves. Tucker said secretly. The 4th level dwarf named Kaliru obviously understood this. Facing the top blood clan of the 6th level, how can they let these people continue to work hard without bleeding? After thinking for a while, Kaliru said straightforwardly. Bevis, your proposal is reasonable and indeed within the scope of the contract. I agree. 1 forbidden seal for each person. This couldn't help but move the humans slightly, and even the dwarves on the side were also stunned. Taboo seals are at least 100,000 magic gold. The higher ones may be 200,000 or 300,000 magic gold. At this time, Kalilu said he would pay more money, and he did so without any ambiguity, quite decisively. Perhaps Baggins would hesitate for a moment, wondering whether money or life was more important. But this Kalilu obviously knew that life was more important. Immediately, the Kalilu dwarf continued to add, however, it is limited to seals of the micro-spirit level. There are only 2 dangerous seals, and they are the kind that cannot be touched at will. If you take them, it will easily bring disaster to yourself. Agree. Bevis Twain was the first to agree. The other people nodded in agreement. Then everyone looked at Tucker. At present, it seems that the right to speak of the fire-breathing wizard Andre, who is second only to Bevis in strength in the team, is still very important. I have no objection. Tucker spread his hands and then added, that is, I don't know much about seals, and I don't know what kind of taboo seal is suitable for me. Bevis Twain on the side spoke in a gentle tone. That's not a problem. I can explain it to you in detail. Let's go. Let's go to the forbidden seal first. After saying that, Bevis Twain motioned for Kalilu to lead the way. As they walked forward, Bevis Twain began to explain. Most of the forbidden sealed items come from the void, or from some special places. This type of item has what is called the taboo feature in the field of mysticism. The taboo feature has its own unique rule power. And all we have to do is follow the rules of the taboo sealed items, and make reasonable use of them. In general, there are 6 levels of taboo sealed items. They are micro-spirit, danger, death, terror, destruction, and disaster. The last 3 are not within our reach. You only need to know the 3 levels of micro-spirit, danger, and death. Micro-spirit level, you can understand it as being able to slightly distort your soul. The negative characteristics of this type of taboo sealed item will not directly threaten your life, but it will affect your soul. It will make you talk nonsense unconsciously when casting a spell, and the spell will be interrupted. Or, you are obviously a wizard, but you feel like a knight who has to fight the enemy in close combat. Or you will not be able to control your emotions and do some abstract things in the tavern. Of course, provoking the law enforcement officer is not impossible. In general, this kind of situation that slightly distorts your soul or makes your soul lose itself will sometimes only make you embarrassed, but sometimes it will be enough to kill you. The effect of the micro-spiritual forbidden seal is that you can see that your soul has been deeply polluted. Finally, Bevis Twain concluded. Of course, this is the effect that will occur when you do not abide by the taboo rules. When you abide by the taboo rules, it will basically not have any negative impact on you. At the same time, even if you violate the taboo rules of the taboo seal, as long as the violation does not last too long, you can still correct the distortion when you make amends. The influence of the taboo seal also requires a process. Of course, if possible, we should try our best to abide by the taboo rules. In general, there is no problem in mastering the micro-spiritual forbidden seal as long as you don't commit suicide. In Bevis Twain's assist, some parts made Tucker's heart move slightly. Distortion? Correction. It sounds interesting. Is it the same as my correction feature? Chapter 216. He is so cruel that he even dares to sell his soul. Above the micro-spiritual seals are the dangerous seals that are very threatening. Bevis Twain continued to explain. At this time, not only Tucker listened carefully. Even the other people beside him were listening carefully. Although the extraordinary people who were traveling with him were all strong, they rarely saw rare resources like forbidden seals in public places like St. Land. They also knew very little about forbidden seals. Unlike the micro-spiritual seals, which can only slightly distort your soul, the dangerous seals can directly tear your soul apart and destroy your body. They can even control you, making you a puppet of the forbidden object. If this kind of forbidden seal is not sealed, it is easy to cause danger. But on the contrary, this kind of seal is very, very powerful. Moreover, the stronger the extraordinary is, the more powerful this kind of seal can be. As long as you have enough understanding, you can still carry and use the dangerous seals reasonably. At this point, Bevis Twain's tone became more serious. And the next death level forbidden seals are completely different. The death level seal is a walking death seeder. You should still know about the death steam train incident a few years ago. Everyone nodded. I know. I remember it very clearly. Many people in the academy discussed it at the time. I remember this very clearly too. It is said that after the incident broke out, the tickets for the steam train at that time could not be sold for a long time. Bevis Twain continued, at that time, the death level forbidden seal anchored the entire steam train carriage as a death zone. When getting on and off the train, neither the extraordinary people nor the ordinary residents had any unusual perception, but after getting off the train, it didn't take long, a few minutes at the shortest, or a few hours at the longest, to die in various strange and bizarre ways. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and the official extraordinary team controlled a death level forbidden life form, Death Traveler, and ended his journey. If he was really allowed to travel, I don't know how many people would die. Even so, the Death Traveler, who appeared from nowhere, also caused the deaths of 300 or 400 people who were traveling with him. Today, the Death Traveler is still imprisoned in the forbidden dungeon of St. Land. From the comparison between the death level forbidden seal of this Death Traveler and the dangerous forbidden seal, you can also see that the dangerous seal will often only affect individuals, and will have an effect on humans who are in close contact with them, and the dangerous aura will be sensed. And the death level seal can radiate to many people around, and will be affected if they enter a certain range. Just like what a master of forbidden item research said, death level forbidden seals always bring death unexpectedly, and when you don't notice it too much, they will announce to you that your death is coming. Following Bevis Twain's explanation, Tucker also roughly understood the power of the 3 levels of seals: micro-spirit level, dangerous level, and death level. Microspirit level slightly distorts the soul. Danger level can bring great danger to oneself, but if used properly, it will not easily affect others. Death level can easily bring death to the user or even the people around. The microspiritual level and the dangerous level are relatively easy to use. But the death level, the cost of using it will be death, so it is very difficult to use it. Unless the user uses very powerful means to bear the corresponding cost. Otherwise, normally, the cost of death, it is definitely impossible to save it. For a moment, everyone was thinking about the power and magic of these three powerful, forbidden seals. Even Tucker couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart about the magic of the extraordinary world. Then Tucker asked slowly, "What about the horror level, destruction level, and disaster level forbidden seals behind?" Bevis Twain looked at Tucker and responded, "For us, the beginners and intermediate extraordinary people, the death level forbidden seal is already the upper limit we can touch. The higher level of horror level, the explanation is that even information must be sealed. Otherwise, through the information veins, it will be triggered, which may lead to the possibility of the horror level seal breaking free from the seal." Tucker was stunned. Just knowing the information will have an impact. This is too terrifying. Bevis Twain nodded slowly. This is why the terror level sealed items are called terror level forbidden sealed items. Then Bevis Twain smiled. Fortunately, there are only dangerous level sealed items here. It is safe for us not to touch them. Also, what type of sealed items do you want, Andre? Tucker thought for a moment and then said, "I don't know too much." Bevis Twain seemed to have expected this. "I know there is a very powerful micro-spiritual level sealed item that is more suitable for you. The location is not far ahead." Looking at Bevis Twain, who looked familiar with the road, Tucker had a little understanding. I'm afraid Bevis Twain had planned this for a long time. Could it be that he and that Carol were singing a double act? Even. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. When we leave, if any unlucky guy dies, the resources they carry will be lost. Then the resources we take out will obviously be a mess. Even in order to ensure that the resources are not matched, I'm afraid someone will die. With this in mind, Tucker became more careful. Soon, everyone followed Bevis Twain to the door of a room. However, they saw that the door plate on the door was a bloody fang, and on the fang, there were dents and strange rune patterns. With Tucker's attainments in the mysteries of runes, he could tell at a glance that this was obviously not the power of any rune mystery. The only explanation is that the power of the taboo characteristic of the taboo seal is presented. Bevis Twain slowly narrated, micro-spiritual level, forbidden seal, Fate Fang. Fate Fang has extremely strong close-range lethality, and can be integrated into the corresponding container to exert its fang characteristics. The container includes but is not limited to extraordinary weapons, magic ring staffs, extraordinary firearms, and so on. Of course, the powerful close-range lethality is only one of them. The second interesting point is that the life form killed by Fate Fang will quickly decay, and turn into ashes. At the same time, the Fate Fang will absorb a part of the essence of the origin of life and give it back to the user. The essence of the origin of life can increase the upper limit of the lifespan of the extraordinary. In other words, Bevis Twain paused at this point. This thing can make us extraordinary people live longer. Even if the user is not affected by killing, or even enjoys killing, holding this seal, he can live for a very long time. Have a longer life? This statement immediately made many extraordinary people look slightly trembling. Being able to live longer, these extraordinary people in the rising period may not care much, but when the strength reaches a certain level and it is difficult to continue to improve. How to live longer, this is a very realistic problem. Many nobles want to become a blood clan sequence, and even become a lower sequence of a powerful blood clan sequence. Isn't it just to live for a while longer? And this taboo seal of Fate Fang is just as its name says. It has a higher standard in the dimension of lifespan, transcending the shackles of ordinary life, and becoming an ascender in the dimension of life. Fate Fang, it sounds pretty good. Then, Tucker looked at Bevis Twain. What is the price? Bevis Twain narrated calmly. It's good that you have a longer life, but your soul will be gradually pulled into the Fate Fang. The Fate Fang will be the container of your soul. You will even become a part of the Fate Fang. The Fate Fang, your body, and your soul will form a trinity. The people who envied the Fate Fang a moment ago became reluctant to use it the next moment. It's not without reason that the Fate Fang was not taken out for use but sealed here. Selling your soul form in exchange for a longer life? Tucker asked curiously. Yes, you can understand. Bevis Twain nodded. Then how long does it take for the soul to be absorbed? Tucker asked again. That depends on how efficiently you use it. It's used only once in a long time, and the life essence absorbed is very small, so you won't even be affected by it. When you use it efficiently, you can feel the amazing progress. Tucker laughed. It sounds pretty good. That's it. When they saw that Tucker actually dared to choose this Fate Fang, not only the humans, but also the dwarves showed incredible expressions. This guy is a ruthless person. He's the kind of person who dares to sell his soul when he gets ruthless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Taboo. The long separation of the soul from the body. Or the long separation of the soul from the extraordinary state. This will make the body gradually out of control, and it is easy to be killed or even captured by others. At the same time, the long-term imprisonment of the cage of Fate Fang will distort and change the self-will of the soul. Make the soul a slave that succumbs to Fate Fang. In the end, it becomes a part of the twisted texture of Fate Fang. These are the prices for obtaining incredible longevity. Even, you may not enjoy the benefits of a long life, and move into Fate Fang in advance. When Tucker got Fate Fang and felt it carefully, he gradually understood the many invisible conditions and restrictions in it. If I can live 500 years, when I am about to die, I will use this Fate Fang to extend my life. It seems this is the right way to open it. I am about to die anyway, so it is not bad to change the room for my soul. When the deadline is approaching, who will care about selling the soul or not? After thinking for a while, Tucker slowly gathered his mind. When he looked around, he found that everyone had dispersed. The dwarves were collecting various resources and materials. The others asked Bevis Twain about the knowledge of taboo seals, or asked him what kind of taboo seals were suitable for them. Looking at the Fate Fang in his hand, which was like a dagger, about 10 centimeters long, as thick as a thumb, and blood red with black taboo patterns. When he held it in his hand, Tucker could feel that this guy was absorbing his life. While holding the Fate Fang, life will pass at twice the rate. Tucker felt it carefully and noticed this not-so-small characteristic, or shortcoming. If you don't know that holding the Fate Fang will accelerate the loss of life, holding the Fate Fang for a long time will be fatal. Besides, you can't always use this fang to kill the enemy. That picture is quite abstract. Besides, being too close to the enemy is not a good thing. When holding it, life will be lost at double the rate. It seems that it cannot be integrated into the commonly worn extraordinary ring staff. It would be nice to integrate it into execution. After all, the extraordinary steam revolver, execution, is not used for a long time, and it will only be used at the final harvest. If it's fast, it will only be a few seconds before and after. Don't worry about the extra life loss. At the same time, the fusion of the two can effectively enhance the strength of execution to deal with the enemy. The characteristic of execution is to penetrate the soul and deliver a fatal blow, while Fate Fang has incredible ability to absorb the enemy's soul, flesh and blood, and life. The combination of the two, combined with my SSS level talent, precision correction, it can completely give me an extremely amazing killing effect at close range. To enhance my close combat killing ability. This is probably the real purpose of Bevis Twain for letting me choose this Fate Fang. On the other hand, the increase in lifespan is just an additional special effect. If it is not used for this purpose, there is still no big problem. Thinking this, Tucker's mouth gradually drew a little smile. Really, is that so? At this time, in a dimension that others can't see at all. That dimension belongs to the world's veins and trajectories. The veins of Fate Fang, that absorb Tucker's life and make Tucker's life double, at this moment, are completely grasped by Tucker. Yes, the absorption characteristics of the taboo seal, Fate Fang, at the micro-spiritual level. At this moment, it is completely crushed to death by Tucker. Obviously, if my extraordinary talent is high enough, I can restrain these incredible characteristics to a certain extent. After all, the extraordinary talent itself is also part of the rules of the world. Using rules to fight rules is completely feasible. I heard that you want to absorb my soul. Looking at the Fate Fang in his hand, Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. It just so happens. I also want to refine you well. If I can really refine these forbidden seals. Tucker rubbed his fingers slightly. Forbidden alchemist. It sounds good. Maybe, in the future, with this alchemy method, I can make a lot of reputation. After a moment, Tucker put away the Fate Fang with satisfaction. Since precision, correction, can hold back the Fate Fang's absorption of life, then it is not a big problem that the Fate Fang's absorption of soul is restrained by Tucker. At most, it is a matter of efficiency and the speed of correction cutting. Even if the current restraint is not very high, Tucker can still upgrade precision, correction. Now it is only 1050%. The effect will be better if it is increased to 1500% later. Fate Fang, in Tucker's hands, it will not become a cage to imprison Tucker. Instead, it may become Tucker's longevity elixir. Of course, the specific situation obviously still needs to be carefully experimented and explored step by step. Taking a deep breath, Tucker said softly. About 220 years old. This value is Tucker's lifespan when he holds Fate Fang. This lifespan value is much longer than that of ordinary third-level extraordinary people. This is also related to the top materials used by Tucker to promote to the second and third levels. The life materials used during the promotion largely determine the upper limit of the lifespan and life strength of the extraordinary. And Tucker is obviously the best in the same level. And with a strange taboo item, Fate Fang, it will help Tucker gain more life. Others have also gradually obtained the taboo seal that is more suitable for them. Just as Bevis Twain said, the negative characteristics of these taboo seals can still play a significant role as long as they are known and properly mastered. Of course, if you insist on committing suicide, taboo seal will obviously not indulge you. Not long after, Tucker found Baggins. Baggins was trying hard to load things in his magic alchemy hut. Seeing this, Tucker also followed slowly and methodically to load things. Of course, he loaded things into his own magic hut. Baggins on the side turned a blind eye to this scene and did not stop it at all. That Callaloo sent out hundreds of thousands of magic gold. How could Baggins not guess what would happen next? Besides, there are so many vampires outside, and there is also a 6th-level top bishop strongman stationed. He himself does not believe that they all escaped back. As long as someone dies, then there will be no evidence. Did they lose 1 million magic gold or 3 million magic gold? No one knows. At this time, the dead are more useful than the living. In this case, I am afraid that the other dwarves will not stop their companions from embezzling more. Anyway, this is the resource of the dwarf family. No matter how much they bring back, it belongs to the family, and they will not get too much reward personally. Brother Andre. While cleaning up, Baggins lowered his voice. They may sell 1 or 2 people. I know. Tucker said slowly. Baggins said with some concern, your level is low, I am worried. Hearing this, Tucker laughed softly. If they run faster than me, it means that I am not as skilled as them, and I can only admit it. But they want to make me take the blame in other ways. Tucker smiled faintly. I just lack a reason to take action. Even. I am a little bit looking forward to seeing who is so desperate. Tucker's words startled Baggins. From the very beginning when he met this Tanneru, he was only more than 10 levels and could easily crush a 3rd-level extraordinary person. After that, the Black River Valley broke out a major event of promotion failure, and the traces of the blasphemer Tucker emerged. Later, Tanneru disguised himself as Andre and came to Saint Land. Not long after, the confrontation between the blasphemer Tucker and the Son of God broke out deep underground in Saint Land. The incredible power of rune control. The incredible refining ability. The terrifying Andre who can step on the head of the 3rd-level Dark Dragon and advance to the 3rd level. How could Baggins not guess who this guy who can easily change his appearance is? With this in mind, Baggins no longer had any doubts. While thinking, Baggins's understanding went a step further. He lowered his voice and whispered to Tucker, you, decorate more. Tucker was startled and laughed softly. The bolder the person, the more fertile the land. Since Baggins doesn't care, Tucker doesn't care even more. This time, The purpose of bringing the magic hut in is just like this. Chapter 218 Ecological Confrontation. After half a day, the group of 10 people gathered together again. The 10 people who gathered again were all silent. With this strength, this level, and this strength, I dare not say that everyone is a smart person, but at least they can understand the current situation clearly. There are top-level 6th order bishop level, netherworld, blood clan, outside, and 3 5th order blood clans. There should not be so many 4th order blood clans. Many were burned by the fire-breathing wizard Andre at that time. But there should be 7 or 8. There are still dozens of 3rd order blood clans. Not to mention, there are still a large number of blood clan bats outside. In addition, the blood clans outside will make all-round preparations. It is not easy for a group of 10 people to escape. Just when everyone was preparing, Bevis Twain, that mellow voice as always, sounded. Everyone, we can't go out now. It will probably take 3 or 4 days before we can leave. Bevis Twain's words stunned everyone. Why? It was Annabelle who asked. Because. Bevis slowly began to explain. The Church of the Three Eyes and the other side will join hands with the St. Lander Tower in 3 or 4 days to conduct the first ecological confrontation between the underground lighthouse power and the Blood Clan Temple. Ecological confrontation? For a moment, everyone looked at Bevis Twain in astonishment. Although everyone had heard of the confrontation of ecological power, and even learned about it from books, they had never officially encountered it. The confrontation of ecological power. That terrifying power will sweep all dimensions. As the power carriers of the two opposing sides, the Blood Clan's castle, blood pool, human steam towers, steam lighthouses, will all be hit hard. This will inevitably lead to the direct weakening of the power of both sides. Bevis Twain continued to explain. During the ecological confrontation, it will greatly affect the Blood Clan outside from borrowing the power of the blood pool and the Blood Clan castle. This will help us escape safely. This made everyone feel much more at ease. Such an important news, how did you know? Annabelle asked curiously. I am a devout believer of the great three-eyed God, so I will naturally receive certain instructions. Bevis Twain explained slowly. Although he was not paying attention, the listener was paying attention. Tucker, who was standing by, felt a little warm in his heart, and his mind was turning rapidly. Damn. This Bevis Twain, he believes in the great three-eyed God. His movements are very standard, his manners are pious, and his faith is firm. He also knows such a confidential matter as ecological confrontation. Obviously, he is an insider of the Church of the Three-Eyed God, and his position is not low. And I have contacted the Bishop Martha Clark before. The top leaders of the Church of the Three-Eyed God know my specific identity. This guy is also a member of the top leaders of the Church of the Three-Eyed God. Could it be that this guy knows my identity? Maybe he doesn't know my specific identity, but he may have guessed it. No wonder this guy seems to admire me, but his eyes are very calm. It is likely that he has confirmed my identity. Tucker, who gradually gathered his thoughts, did not say much. Even if the other party knew his identity, it had nothing to do with Tucker's subsequent all-round preparations for escape. When Tucker was ejected from the steam tower in Larmore, he fled all the way. This made Tucker understand one thing deeply. The safety in one's own hands is the real safety. 3 or 4 days later, it will be enough for me to complete the integrated series of experiments. With this in mind, Tucker was not idle. Woo woo woo. The slight roar of steam spread around Tucker. The thick gray steam mist was filled. What a rhythmic steam roar. Bevis Twain praised. It's barely okay, but there are too few steam cores, only one at present. Tucker shook his head and asked, Senior Bevis Twain, do you have a channel for steam cores? I don't have one here, but God will give it to you. Bevis Twain's explanation sounded like a blessing. But in Tucker's ears, it had another meaning. Becoming a God-favored person, will there still be a lack of steam cores? Accompanied by the diffused steam. Silently, Tucker activated the steam world, original spiritual state, breaking through the barrier between his own steam and the sealed barrier world. Just as Tucker expected. Tucker released his steam sequence power, which could slowly promote the penetration and interaction of the sealed barrier world. Although it would take a long time, it is certain that the sealed barrier world can trap Tucker for a period of time, but it cannot trap Tucker for a long time. This alone is enough. As the steam was almost diffused, Tucker flipped his hand and took out a micro-spiritual forbidden seal, Fate Fang. If you don't understand this thing, it is still very harmful. Long-term equipment, lifespan is halved. Ordinary extraordinary people can't stand it. And if you want to use it to increase your lifespan, your soul will be captured by it. A small amount of contact and occasional use. This is the correct way to open this, Fate Fang. Then Tucker shook again, and the Silver Steam Extraordinary Revolver, Execution, was taken out by Tucker. Tucker moved it lightly with his fingers. Ta-ta-ta. The clacking sound of the wheel sounded like the gears of fate. Then, Tucker attached the Fate Fang to the body of Execution. He used the source energy to build a bridge of fusion between the two. Soon, the Fate Fang, which was already dependent on fusion, began to wriggle slightly. While rapidly absorbing Tucker's life, it also settled deep into the frame of Execution. About 10 minutes later, Fate Fang successfully merged with Execution. Let's call you Fate Execution, Tucker thought secretly while feeling this brand new steam taboo revolver. Fate Execution has a silver gray tone with blood-colored and golden taboo textures. Once it is taken out, it can give the enemy full deterrence. It's really more lethal than before, and it can be used at medium and long distances, not just the short-range execution feature of Execution. Shooting the enemy and ending his life will increase my upper limit of life. This is indeed mysticism. Except for the Forbidden Seal, basically nothing else can achieve this incredible transformation. We need to experiment carefully to know the specific situation. But Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. Under the wizard robe, Tucker's fingers gently pinched a dozen fine vein threads. Just because I merged it into the steam revolver, it has begun to absorb my soul. The forbidden object is indeed a forbidden object. It can't be used casually. But for me, it seems to be a micro-spiritual seal, so it's not a big threat. Immediately, Tucker's fingers flicked slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Fate Execution dragged on Tucker's soul, but was easily cut off by Tucker. Using this method, I can slowly increase my lifespan and live longer than anyone else. Tucker immediately calmed his mind and entered a state of meditation, preparing for the underground world battle royal in a few days. Chapter 219 Forbidden Spell. Unconsciously, more than 3 days passed by quickly. In the corner. Woo woo woo. As the steam sequence gradually converged, the source energy steam lingering around Tucker gradually dissipated. After a few days of small meditation, Tucker interacted with the external sealed barrier world to a certain extent, mainly to provide cover. Tucker mainly used the steam world and sealed barrier fragments to carry out efficient circulation. The sealed barrier fragments, because they were damaged, could not form an ecosystem by themselves. But Tucker could still actively ignite them through the characteristics of the steam world. Then he conducted a deep exploration of its characteristics. Seal, boundary, this is its biggest characteristic. Although the research of a few days was not much, Tucker also gained something. Seal, boundary, this kind of means, each aspect, is an extraordinary category, and is an independent direction of a subject project. It is very good to have gained something after a few days of small research. Of course, if you want to have a high level of attainment in this area, you need to study and research for many years. In the future, just maintain your daily routine and study slowly. With my ability to match the world's steam, it is relatively easy to produce results by studying these seals, barriers, characteristics. Tucker let out a long breath and gradually gathered his thoughts. After studying it thoroughly, and even mastering the seals and barriers to a certain extent, I have a way to deal with it, and I won't have to worry too much about these methods restraining me in the future. He looked around. The dwarves have all entered their respective alchemy huts. Baggins is the same. The magical alchemy hut scroll is on Tucker's back. At this point in time, ecological confrontation may break out at any time. Everyone is also ready to escape. Tucker looked around and sat steadily, waiting for the outbreak of ecological confrontation. I don't know how long it took. Woo woo woo. Boom boom. Accompanied by the low, vast steam roar from the outside world, like a wave transmitted from the depths of the world. The entire sealed barrier world also shook slightly. These sealed barrier worlds are also part of Saintland. When the steam ecology of Saintland gathers its strength to fight, these small worlds will also respond. For a moment, everyone in the small world stood up. The shadow on Bevis Twain, who was in the lead, quickly controlled the mechanical magic control panel. Click, click, click. The tightly closed magic door was slowly opened. On the door frame of the magic door, An amazing energy barrier bloomed. No, not one, but two. The barrier door near Tucker was applied by Bevis Twain using the forbidden spell scroll in the dwarf treasure. And outside the door frame, a blood-colored barrier emerged clearly. There is no doubt that it was done by the Blood Clan. Tucker and others wanted to use this forbidden spell scroll to block the Blood Clan's attack for a while so that they could leave here. The Blood Clan built a barrier outside to prevent Tucker and others from leaving with the treasure. Seeing that the mechanical magic door was opened, the two powerful magic barriers in front and behind blocked the way in and out. For a moment, Tucker and his people inside and the Blood Clan outside. The two groups of people stared at each other. The people inside wanted to go out, but they couldn't. The people outside wanted to come in, but they couldn't. The mechanical magic door opened, but it seemed not to open. Bevis Twain seemed to have expected this scene. He took out a scroll and activated it, then threw it over. The scroll activated by Bevis easily penetrated the forbidden spell barrier. It fell on the edge of the barrier built by the Blood Clan outside the gate. This is another forbidden spell scroll. The terrifying dark and bizarre power is bred in it. Bang 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 bang, the power in the forbidden spell scroll was beating like a violent heart. Even through the forbidden spell, Tucker felt that his heartbeat was affected. Everyone, be careful. After saying that, Bevis Twain hid to the side. Seeing this, the other people also wanted to avoid the fierce impact of the forbidden spell scroll. When the Blood Clan outside saw this scene, their faces changed slightly, and they couldn't help but retreat. Are those humans so cruel? Release the power of the forbidden spell right away? No one underestimates the power of the forbidden spell scroll. Even the 6th level, Netherworld, Blood Clan, is the same. After a moment, Tucker only heard buzz. His ears lost hearing instantly, and the scene in front of him turned blood red in an instant. Sound, touch, and emotion were stripped away in an instant. What Tucker could feel was the cold darkness and endless malice. When Tucker looked around, he found that the surroundings seemed to be imprisoned by time and space, and the air became sticky and bloody. Bang bang. Bang bang. But in the mechanical magic gate, where the forbidden spell scroll was previously located, an extreme darkness bloomed. Veins like blood vessels bloomed from it to the surrounding world. It was a grotesque demon heart. At this time, the surrounding space was in a confinement state. It was a forbidden spell scroll containing the power of demonic magic constructed with a 5th level demon heart. Then Tucker's eyes met with Bevis Twain. But Bevis Twain smiled at Tucker, and a shadow passed through to the door frame, and after another shadow passed through, it disappeared. Tucker also wanted to pass through the shadow, but found that the power of his shadow passing was difficult to penetrate the forbidden spell power that erupted from the demon's heart. As expected of a professional shadow sequence, there are still some powerful means. Tucker did not hide and pinched it immediately. He walked to the door frame in one phase, and walked to the damaged magic bridge outside in another phase. As soon as Tucker fell, he suddenly felt a sharp edge piercing his head. Can you still attack within the power range of the forbidden spell? Is this the power of a 6th level, Netherworld, Blood Clan, strong man? Rip Tucker's head was directly pierced by the sharp edge. When Ophelia retracted her palm, she found that she was holding only a shadow and a relatively tough soul essence. The shadow outline in front of her was just a disguise. Where are the people? Ophelia's bloodshot eyes quickly swept around, but she couldn't see any trace of the 3rd level wizard. The next moment, Ophelia's bloodshot eyes bloomed like a lantern. The dimension of the layer domain vaguely bloomed within her sight. In the spiritual layer, she saw a few traces. Spirit layer. This 3rd level wizard was bolder than she thought. This is the edge of the Saint Land supernatural ecology. The spiritual layer here is very unstable. If you are not careful, it will cause the collapse of the spiritual layer. Once the spiritual layer collapses, the supernaturals in the area will fall into the deep space. Deep space, there is a natural and extremely powerful sinking property, and it contains unimaginable dangers. Once a supernatural falls into it, it is impossible to escape back by normal means. It is equivalent to permanent exile. Even if she is already in a perfect supernatural state, she can't survive in deep space for a long time. Not to mention that deep space contains extremely terrifying dangers. Once you are caught in the radiation of some indescribable power, you will most likely be annihilated in an instant, leaving no trace. Eternal exile, instant annihilation. This is the terrifying deep space. He is only at the 3rd level, but he can avoid my attack. Although it is within the power range of this forbidden spell, it is amazing enough. He also has the means to easily enter the spirit world. And he is so brave that he directly enters the extremely dangerous spirit world. This human wizard with the power of angelic breath must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will be a serious threat sooner or later. With this in mind, Ophelia, whose blood and energy burst into the extraordinary state of Netherworld, Blood Clan, directly entered the spirit world to hunt down the third-level human wizard with all her strength. Chapter 220 Exile the 6th-level Vampires. Spiritual World. Tucker entered the shadow state, moving forward rapidly with an indifferent expression. At this time, Tucker had the lightness of the shadow state and the blessing of the wind. The speed was naturally incredibly fast, even if the surroundings looked safe. But Tucker had no intention of stopping. Before, Tucker had guessed which unlucky guy the powerful 6th-level Netherworld Blood Clan would chase. Now it seems that the unlucky guy is probably himself. Hula. Although the sound of entering the spiritual world was extremely weak and far away, Tucker in the silent spiritual world still felt the fluctuation of the domain being crossed. Not long after, an extremely powerful and terrifying Blood Clan aura was approaching rapidly from behind. Feeling the powerful aura getting closer and closer, Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and a low, bloody, and violent killing intent gradually emerged. Even the corners of his mouth had already outlined a trace of hideous smile. Are you really going to hunt me down? Then you will probably regret it. Feeling the 6th Order Blood Clan approaching from behind, Tucker clenched his fist. Woo woo woo. The low, melodious, vast steam sequence started up. As the steam sequence bloomed, Tucker's speed suddenly increased by more than double. Feeling the wanton and high-speed steam source energy, Tucker, who completely released his normal state, felt very refreshed. The combat state, or the state of steam roaring, is more comfortable. As Tucker released the steam sequence, a large amount of steam gray mist rose rapidly. And the source energy steam gray mists did not dissipate, but followed Tucker forward, and the power of angels and light was also nurtured. Not long after, buzz, accompanied by a layer of visible halo sweeping across the entire spiritual world. A pair of mechanical angel feather blades like golden glassite blades condensed and bloomed hotly. At the same time, Tucker also changed his shadow state and entered the blazing flame state. In the holy, dazzling, sacred light and flame, Tucker's steam angel form officially descended. The golden light and flames reflected in Ophelia's pupils. At the same time, the blazing light of the steam angel made the blood on her body hiss. Looking at the fleeing third-level wizard in front of her, Ophelia's murderous intent and horror in her heart became more and more intense. Angel sequence. Although this is only one of Tucker's forms, it does not hinder Ophelia's fear and cognition of the angel sequence. When she saw the appearance of the third-level wizard clearly, Blaster Tucker. A sharp hissing sounded. Yes, it's me. At this time, Tucker officially revealed his true appearance. After all, only in this way can he completely arouse the other party's murderous intent. Let the other party want to chase and kill him urgently, so that Tucker will have an opportunity. Die? Accompanied by the exciting hissing roar, the 6th-level Ophelia flew over at a high speed. The powerful blood wave brought up the blood sea phenomenon. Even the entire spirit world was rippled, like the waves on the sea, rising and falling. The spirit world here is not safe. Once it is broken, it will be endless, deep space. The speed of the 6th-level Blood Clan strongmen is too fast, and Tucker can't escape at all. Facing the strong enemy that he can't break free from, Tucker has already prepared a powerful means of counterattack. The hand of spiritual movement that has long been hidden in the soul curtain shadow bloomed, turning into a holy shield to defend Tucker with all his strength. At the same time, Tucker's light feather blade turned into a root of light blades, flew backwards, and inserted into the sky above the spirit world. And the direction aimed at is Tucker's position. Tucker made a full defensive counterattack posture. Resist? Counterattack? Looking at this scene, Ophelia sneered. One blow is enough to kill you. Carrying the surging power of the blood sea, even the power that makes the spirit world layer on the verge of breaking. In an instant, Ophelia turned into a long rainbow of blood. Die? Ophelia's claws were like swords, and she rushed out in an instant. A flash of blood-colored sword light directly pierced Tucker's spiritual hand. Boom! The violent explosion of the spiritual hand was also extremely violent, and the blood sea shield around Ophelia, who had long been prepared for this move, appeared at the same time. Offense and defense in one, This is the natural means of Netherworld, Blood Clan. Boom. The violent explosion of the spiritual hand did not affect her. But the surrounding spiritual world layer, with the shock caused by the sea of blood, plus the explosion of the spiritual hand at this time, finally couldn't hold on. Crack, crack, crack. With a sound of shattering that made the soul tremble, the spiritual world layer quickly collapsed and shattered. Regarding this scene of the spiritual world layer shattering and collapsing, Ophelia was not afraid, but carefully looked around, wanting to see where the blasphemer Tucker was. The blasphemer Tucker had extraordinary means, and she didn't quite believe that she could get rid of him so easily. If it was really that easy, then she wouldn't be a blasphemer. As for the collapse of the spiritual realm around her, she herself has a certain ability to cross realms. Although it's not very powerful, but it's enough for her to jump from one fragment to another, and then escape back to the spiritual realm, and then enter the real realm. The spiritual realm fragments around her are all perfect stepping stones for her. However, when she was observing her surroundings, a breath that made her tremble with fear emerged. That was the breath of the sealing barrier. The breath of the sealing barrier was spreading around her. How could this be possible? There is obviously no breath of the sealing barrier around here. How could it suddenly appear? When the afterglow of the dark golden spiritual hand in front of her finished blooming, a piece of iron blue with thick textured sealing barrier fragments, not too big or small, just quietly appeared in front of her. Ophelia's face changed drastically. Let's go. She immediately wanted to use the ability to travel through the spiritual world. However, the ability to travel through the spiritual world was used, but she was not moved at all. Under the power of the sealing boundary, her power was directly invalidated. She couldn't get out at all. After her face changed from cloudy to bright, Ophelia's claws on one hand suddenly burst out. Clang. This barrier of the spiritual world space, which was only half the size of a house, also had the characteristics of a world barrier under the effect of the fragments of the small world of the sealing boundary. Attacks fell on it and couldn't be opened at all. Ophelia, whose blood was surging, used various means. Even some rune means that had accumulated the power of the sea of blood for a long time were released by her. The terrifying airwaves continued to surge in this small world. However, it couldn't shake this small world at all. This small fragment of the spiritual world layer, under the effect of the fragments of the sealing boundary, had turned into a death cage. And it was a death cage floating deep into the deep space. She, Ophelia, a 6th level, Netherworld, Blood Clan, top bishop. She was eternally exiled by the blasphemer Tucker. Ophelia, who was madly attacking the barrier, became more and more crazy in the blood. No, with desperate and crazy shouts, she would only be accompanied by a cold and long death. Tucker, who was not far away, looked at the exiled Ophelia and exhaled lightly. This time, Ophelia dared to chase after her regardless of the fluctuations in the spiritual realm. Tucker speculated that the other party had the ability and means to cross the realm. Pulling with such a powerful 6th level strong man, Tucker was worried that he would be pulled to death. He would definitely not be able to beat him. Isn't the other party not afraid of the destruction of the spiritual realm? Then can you still cross the realm reinforced with the fragments of the small world of the seal barrier? Now it seems that this Ophelia obviously cannot cross it. Tucker burst out the power of the Steam Angel sequence, giving the other party the illusion of a desperate fight. Successfully attracted the other party to take the bait. Tucker can use the phase ability to move the fragments of the small world of the seal barrier. Now this 6th level netherworld vampire Ophelia should be shocked more than 100 million points. Tucker carefully examined the trajectory and confirmed that the spiritual world that trapped the 6th level Blood Clan strongman fell into the deep space, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Tucker had no intention of making trouble. It was safest to send the other party away directly. A stone can send away a 6th level Blood Clan strongman. It's a sure win business. This is the power of the bishop level. Tucker laughed softly. Besides, there are many such stones deep underground. You can still find a few if you look for them more. I remember that this Blood Clan strongman named Ophelia was a famous strongman in the Blood Clan temple in the Ashland. What a pity. In addition, using the fragments of the small world of the seal barrier to build a cage to exile the enemy, this method looks quite good. Then Tucker looked at the deep space around him. The surroundings were extremely dark, and ordinary exiles and fallen people could not distinguish the direction at all. But for Tucker, who has the ability of phase magic, everything around him can be clearly distinguished. feeling the pollution radiation that can penetrate the ecology in the deep space. Tucker walked in a phase, left the deep space, and entered the spiritual world. Fortunately, I have dragon scale armor, otherwise the power of deep space pollution radiation will be enough to cause my ecology to suffer a certain amount of pollution. Tucker said secretly, feeling the slight golden dragon scale light blooming on his body. At this moment, buzz buzz buzz, the low, vast, penetrating steam roar, like a huge mountain and sea wave, swept across all St. Lander's dimensions, and swept towards the Blood Clan castle and the Blood Sea power in the depths. The ecological war from St. Lander is ongoing. Chapter 221 Return and Spoils. In the underground city of St. Land, on a stone and tree wasteland outside the steam lighthouse in the spirit world, a group of werewolves were frantically attacking a group of human superhumans of more than level 20. When both sides were in a fierce fighting state. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by dull gunshots. The two werewolves of more than level 30 who were leading the group had their heads smashed directly, without any power to fight back. Even, they didn't know where the enemy came from. The originally good situation was reversed in an instant. Just when this werewolf team composed of more than a dozen werewolves was still hesitating. The escape game begins. Whoever runs slower will be the front row. At this time, a slow voice sounded. Then, a wizard wearing a gray wizard robe and a hood came out from behind a stone pillar. At this time, the wizard was holding a superhuman revolver with black strange rune patterns. The wizard gave people a very ordinary feeling. But the pistol in his hand, all the werewolves saw fear from the cold and dark barrel. There were also werewolves who wanted to bare their teeth at Tucker. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the second-level werewolves who bare their teeth were directly opened up. Whoever dares to bare his teeth, Tucker will shoot, without any mercy. In an instant, this group of werewolves turned into giant wolves, with their tails between their legs, and fled quickly into the darkness on the side. And those werewolves who were killed by Tucker with their heads smashed, quickly turned into ashes. Fate Fangs has an extremely amazing appetite for flesh, soul, and even extraordinary spirituality. Any living being killed by it will be devoured, absorbed and digested by it, leaving only a small amount of ashes. Then, it will give Tucker a certain amount of life essence. As a user, Tucker enjoys the benefits. His own soul will also be absorbed by Fate Fangs. Fortunately, Tucker can accurately cut off these absorbed veins. Every time he used it, Tucker was not worried about the Fate Fang, or more accurately, the Fate Revolver, absorbing his soul. Mastering the Fate Revolver, Tucker carefully felt the detailed effects of the second and third level werewolves absorbed this time. Killing a second level werewolf can provide me with a lifespan of about half a day to a day. Killing a third level werewolf can provide a lifespan of 1 to 3 days. Depending on the life strength and soul strength of the target, the effect provided is also different. Overall, it's still quite good. Tucker nodded lightly. If you can get rid of the negative state, it will definitely be a big profit. Well, set a small goal first, make him 100 million. And those blood clans, werewolves, and the guys from the Dark Sun Temple, are all stepping stones for small goals. Tucker exhaled lightly and slowly put away his gun, turned around and looked at the team of human extraordinary people who relied on stone walls and stone pillars to fight against the werewolf team not far away. Thank you for your help, Mr. Wizard. If you hadn't shown up, the consequences would have been disastrous. The leading third-level knight bowed to Tucker and said in a serious tone. It's just a small matter. Tucker waved his hand and said without much concern. Then, Tucker raised his hand. Buzz! Holy light healing spread out in a relatively thin state, covering everyone. The injuries on the injured were recovering quickly. Thank you, Mr. Wizard. Thank you, Mr. Wizard. Thank you. For a while, the second-level male and female extraordinary people in this team of 7 or 8 people expressed their gratitude one after another. After 70% to 80% of the recovery, Tucker withdrew the holy light healing. Then Tucker raised his head and looked at the lighthouse in the distance. The ecological wave of steam is coming, and the ecology of the Blood Clan is now desperately fighting back. There may be Blood Clan bats here, or Blood Servants, Blood Clan evil and the like. Let's leave here quickly. Tucker took out a lantern and threw a nightmare fireball into it to illuminate the way forward for the injured team. The people who had recovered some of their injuries and physical strength immediately followed. A day ago, Tucker, who had exiled the 6th-level Blood Clan, returned to the real layer deep underground, and began his journey to find the small stone of the seal barrier. In the ecological confrontation, this is the safest opportunity to find the fragments of the small world of the seal barrier. If you miss this village, you will miss this shop. This also made Tucker immersive and deeply and meticulously feel the confrontation between the ecology this time. In the confrontation between the steam ecology and the blood clan ecology of Saint Land, as waves of power swept in like waves, large groups of bats were blown into blood rain, which fell all over the underground world and soaked every corner. The blood clan castles were also affected. Even when Tucker was looking for fragments of the small world, he saw the veins of a blood clan castle being smashed. The blood pool of the blood clan castle was cracked. Tucker saw with his own eyes that the essence of blood source that had been precipitated in the blood pool of the blood clan castle, for who knows how long, permeated from different dimensions. Tucker estimated that the strong men guarding the blood clan there were about to explode with anger. Those blood clans of more than 10 or 20 levels with strong strength inside all showed different symptoms of distortion, atavism, distortion, and loss of control. It would be fine if Saint Rand did not take action, but once he took action, the blood clan basically lost blood seriously, and suffered heavy casualties. The most affected ecological confrontation was the Nether Blood Sea. And this was also one of the targets of Saint Rand's key attack this time. Tucker could clearly hear the terrifying roars, curses, hisses, and counterattacks from the depths of the Netherworld Blood Sea. In the layers, worlds, and other blockades, power continued to surge out to resist Saint Rand's attack. Tucker just listened from a distance, and with the resistance of the soul curtain, he still felt dizzy. It can be seen how powerful the resistance is. But even so, it cannot stop Saint Rand from severely damaging the Netherworld Blood Sea. Tucker estimated that at least 2/3 of the power of the Netherworld Blood Sea was destroyed this time. And, this ecological war, it directly caused a fight between the strong men on both sides. When Tucker approached Saint Rand in the real layer, in the relatively stable spiritual layer, there were more than a dozen human strongmen and blood clan werewolf strongmen fighting together. The spiritual storm that rolled up made Tucker tremble in the real layer. He was afraid that a demon wind would blow from the spiritual world into reality and affect Tucker. Fortunately, the battle between the strongmen did not affect Tucker. After Tucker collected a certain number of small world fragments of the sealed barrier, he followed a relatively safe spiritual world area and came to this area. As Tucker approached the steam lighthouse, he found from a distance that the newly built spiritual world steam lighthouse exuded a smell of decay, and withering. Ecological confrontation. The blood clan suffered heavy losses. But Saint Land also paid the price. These large number of steam lighthouses as outpost attack points are responsible for the transmission of power and the resistance of the power of the Netherworld Blood Sea. In addition to the damage of the steam lighthouse itself, Tucker also saw a large number of steam veins, and the circulation of the magic veins was also shattered. At least it's better than the blood clan. Looking at the situation around him, Tucker thought secretly. After all, only the steam lighthouses built in Saint Land were damaged, and those steam towers with surging power are still affecting the power of Saint Land's ecology. And the blood clan, the damage is the real blood clan castle, blood clan bats, and the most important Nether Blood Sea. However, after this wave of attacks, Saint Land will enter a weak period. The Totem Temple of the Dark Sun Church and the Dark Sun Temple will launch attacks on various places in Saint Land. The werewolves just took advantage of the fire to attack. Soon, a large number of bloodthirsty bats in the depths of darkness fluttered and screamed, killing towards the lighthouse. At this time, Tucker and others also entered the lighthouse with shelter power. Tucker and many defenders in this lighthouse immediately began to fight back against the many blood clan bats that counterattacked before their death. Obviously, those blood clan strongmen also knew. These blood clan bats will die sooner or later in the ecological attack of waves of steam waves. It is better to let these bloodthirsty bats attack humans before the steam ecological wave sweeps over, at least they will not die in vain. Tucker gradually felt relieved after being stationed in the lighthouse. Arriving at the lighthouse area, it was basically completely safe. Tucker began to think about the rich harvest this time. In the underground war of treasure, Baggins asked Tucker to pack resources. Tucker was naturally not polite. Tucker estimated that he should have packed materials worth about 300,000 magic gold. In addition to the micro-spiritual seal, this underground trip has harvested about 400,000 magic gold. This is a very generous income. Tucker's resources in the past have been invested or planned to be invested in the magic hut. And this batch of resources and magic gold obtained this time. It is the resources that Tucker can really strengthen himself. In the next period of time, Tucker plans to improve his strength in all aspects. Powerful wizard robes, higher level equipment upgrades, and even powerful rune books, forbidden spells and witchcraft. As Tucker's level gradually increases, these things can also be slowly exposed. Chapter 222. Faced with a large number of bloodthirsty bats that were dying and counterattacking, the fire-breathing wizard, Andre, did not play a big role. First of all, there were several powerful spellcasters in this lighthouse stronghold. Secondly, when the huge steam wave ecology swept over the steam lighthouse where Tucker was located, then rose a large amount of source energy steam. The bats outside exploded on a large scale, and the sky was full of blood rain. Tucker did not find a suitable opportunity to play, and the blood of the large number of blood bats almost painted the exterior of the steam lighthouse. This is just a small corner in the ecological war, and the blood has dyed every corner red. Tucker, who was silently attacking with fireballs, was quietly feeling the vast power of the St. Lander steam ecology while attacking. Tucker's steam world origin spiritual state broke through the barrier between the St. Lander world and the steam tower ecology. The two have been integrated for some time. Now the power of the steam world has been reflected to a certain extent in the steam wave ecology of St. Lander. The steam ecology of St. Land with the power of the world is even more destructive. Tucker didn't know if others could feel the wonderful power of the steam world. But when the wave swept over, Tucker could clearly feel it. Today's St. Land is a little different from the previous St. Land. In the ecological wave swept by the steam world, Tucker could feel the power of the world, like a stream, pouring into his own steam wizard sequence ecology, replenishing his own world power. Tucker did not take the initiative to absorb the world power of St. Land. Period. At this time, St. Land needed the power of the world more than Tucker. But Tucker did not refuse this natural infusion. This was originally a gift from St. Land. It belonged to Tucker. When this wave of bat sneak attacks gradually came to an end, Tucker in the corner retracted his gaze from the position of the spell window. Tucker's palm gently pressed against the wall of the spell window. The power of the world naturally let Tucker feel everything around him. In the deepest part of the steam lighthouse, the source energy steam engine was running at full speed, absorbing source energy and releasing source energy steam with a low source energy roar. Those spellcasters who had gone through this round of battle began to drink potions, or entered the source energy magic circle to rest and laughed with each other. Or, the ticking sound of the bat flesh and blood debris flowing along the eaves and corners outside. And deep underground, the St. Land steam ecology and the Nether Blood Sea ecology confronted each other, and the waves of wailing waves from the Nether Blood Sea were transmitted. Everything in the surrounding world was clearly felt by Tucker. And this is the magic of the power of the world. Tucker can listen to the voice of the world. Tucker quietly feels St. Land. Every time at this time, Tucker's heart will be unprecedentedly calm. Tucker with the power of the world. Within the ecology, he builds the steam wizard ecological world. To the outside, Tucker can use the world to touch the world. Deeply understand, penetrate, and even comprehend this world. This will allow Tucker to better comprehend the mysteries of a large number of runes, thus paving the way to a deeper path. As Tucker withdrew his palm, Baggins, who had been released by Tucker, shot several times in a row and knocked down the last few bats nearby. At this time, he shook the steam shotgun in his hand at Tucker and laughed loudly. Haha. Brother Andre, how is my shooting? It's powerful, but the accuracy is not very accurate. However, range attacks don't care about aiming or not. Tucker commented accurately. Can't you praise me a few words? Baggins said in a rough voice. Well, when a large number of bats rushed over just now, your hiding posture was quite handsome. It's better not to praise it. Baggins muttered softly. The two chatted and joked while guarding against possible attacks. This underground journey. Baggins was in the magical alchemy hut, basically watching Tucker's actions throughout the whole process. However, Tucker also knew that this guy had guessed his identity a long time ago. He didn't care whether the other party watched or not. Moreover, Baggins has already entrusted his life to Tucker for this underground trip. It's not a big problem to just watch. After carefully feeling the world around him and making sure that no one cares about their idle chat, Tucker looked at Baggins and said, After this trip back, I plan to forge and upgrade some equipment, and upgrade the existing 3rd level equipment to the 4th level. If possible, I also plan to condense the rune power of this ring state into a 2nd ring state. The 4th level and ring state rune ring staff is very difficult to forge. Does your family have such a forging master? Tucker, who has a deep friendship with Baggins, naturally knows Baggins' forging level. It is still difficult for Baggins to forge a 4th level rune ring staff. As for the more powerful 4th level 2nd ring rune ring staff, Baggins can't forge it at present, unless Baggins is promoted to the 4th level. Listening to Tucker's inquiry, Baggins thought seriously for a moment, then looked at Tucker and said, "With your rapid promotion ability, I feel that ordinary rune ring staff equipment is no longer enough. Even if you have created a 4th level equipment, it won't be long before you need to replace it with a 5th level, and then a 6th level. Based on the 3rd level equipment, it is a burden for the equipment itself to be repeatedly rebuilt. Maybe, when you cast a spell in the future, this rune ring staff will explode. Although this is a low probability event. But based on my many years of experience as a forger, for a master like you who can easily exert the strength of the ring staff to the extreme, there is still a relatively high probability that the ring staff will explode. Although this kind of explosion will not cause you serious injury, it will be very fatal when it occurs during a battle." Tucker. Baggins took a deep breath and said slowly, "Perhaps Demon Ring Staff or Holy Furnace Ring Staff, this kind of equipment with legendary characteristics, is more suitable for you now." "A ring staff with legendary characteristics?" Tucker was stunned. After thinking for a while, Tucker spoke softly. "I have also heard many rumors about legendary equipment such as the Devil Ring Staff and the Holy Furnace Ring Staff before. Even some time ago, I saw reports about this in the newspaper, but I always feel that I am still far away from this kind of legendary equipment." Not far away, my dear brother." Baggins, who knew Tucker's true identity, smiled confidently. "Even now, Saint Rand." Baggins lowered his voice. "No one has more legendary characteristics than you." This made Tucker slightly startled. He couldn't help but secretly guess the possibility. At this time, Baggins slowly told the story. After the Steam Lighthouse incident, the power of the entire Principality of Celians was surging towards Saint Rand. The eyes of the entire Auga Twin Stars extraordinary world are gathered in Saint Rand. The tide of the times converges in Saint Rand. Legends and myths will also be created here. Tucker was stunned. Could Baggins say this? And Baggins obviously saw Tucker's doubts. He shrugged and said, "Well, this is what the chairman of our dwarf family council said." Tucker couldn't help but laugh, and then he spoke. "Some time ago, I heard that there was a vision of the furnace fire and the sound of forging from the god of furnaces and craftsmen on the dwarf street. Could it be?" "Yes." Baggins nodded. "Someone is forging the fire of legendary equipment on the dwarf street." "It's true." Tucker was a little surprised. "Has the dwarf street reached the point where it can forge legendary fire?" Baggins grinned. "My dear brother Andre, you are in Saint Rand, so you can't feel it, but if you go somewhere else, you will understand. Now the war between Saint Rand and the Dark Sun Church is on the front page of major city-states every day. You should pay attention that it is on the front page of major city-states every day. The Steam Daily of the Principality of Syrian also has a special column to report on it. Don't doubt it, my brother. Saint Rand is now on the tide of the times, and it is a gradually rising tide of the times. In this wave of convergence of time and steam, the legendary fire will be born. You can question my strength, but the vision of the great god of furnaces and craftsmen is never wrong. A few days ago, the forging sound of the god of furnaces and craftsmen appeared on the dwarf street, which is the best proof. Forging the legendary fire in the tide of the times the god of furnaces and craftsmen. This is the true words of the great god of furnaces and craftsmen on the title page of many alchemy books that Tucker read when he was studying in the Thornflower Magic Tower. And this is what I recommend. As he was talking, someone happened to pass by the entrance outside. Baggins paused. "Oh. Damn. Brother Andre, can you build a barrier here for us? I always feel that it's not so safe to talk." Tucker raised his hand and clapped lightly. Buzz! Layers of shadow curtains fell from above, blocking the walls on both sides, the entrance of the garrison point, and the casting window. This scene amazed Baggins. "You are becoming more and more proficient in using the power of shadow. It seems Your understanding of the mystery of shadow runes is already amazing. The second ring stage, the third ring stage? Maybe even higher. The first ring rune staff can support the explosion of the power of the complete third ring rune mystery. You want to build a second ring rune staff. Obviously, the total power of the rune mystery is at least above the third ring, close to the sixth ring. Tisk tisk. How many geniuses of Saint Rand can use the first ring rune staff for more than 10 years or even decades? And you, my brother, the second ring may be directly scrapped by you using the power of rune mystery. It's incredible. Tucker spread his hands. I think it's better for us to continue discussing the demon ring staff and the holy furnace ring staff. Of course. While Baggins was laughing, he felt a fire burning in his heart. Cooperating with the blasphemer Tucker, the legendary fire is very likely to be forged in his hands. And he is very likely to advance because of this. Today's Saint Land is a good opportunity to forge the spark of legendary equipment. Baggins explained seriously. And you are the trendsetter of the times. A powerful existence like you is creating legendary stories in itself. Forging Devil Ring Staff, or Holy Furnace Ring Staff, with legendary characteristics is completely no problem. And this is exactly what I want to recommend you, the core of forging legendary equipment. As Baggins explained, Tucker thought carefully. Before, Tucker still felt that legendary equipment was still far away from him. Tucker was not sure whether the legendary equipment, forged with himself as the root, had legendary characteristics. Therefore, he did not take the initiative to create his own legendary equipment. There are also some extraordinary people in history who have created many legendary stories. When they created their own legendary equipment. As a result, the legendary characteristic content was zero. That scene was quite abstract. It even became a joke for a while. However, Baggins's explanation made Tucker slightly awakened. In today's Saint Land, maybe I can really try to create my own legendary equipment. The Demon Ring Staff and Holy Furnace Ring Staff, mentioned by Baggins, are both very famous legendary equipment series of equipment in the extraordinary world. Demon Series, equipment. Based on the demon soul, it was forged with a demon hammer of the god of craftsmen in the tide of the times. Then, through killing and fighting, this equipment continued to leave its reputation and stories in the tide of the times and the world. In the end, it created an immortal legend. There are many legendary equipment of the Demon Series. It is said that one of the ring staffs of the Grand Duke of Syrian has a demon ring staff. Among the legendary equipment, also famous is the Holy Furnace Series, equipment forged by the god of furnace and craftsmen who the dwarves believe in to establish the Holy Furnace ceremony. The Holy Furnace Series is a powerful equipment forged by the fire of the gods of the furnace and craftsmen and guided by the ceremony. It also left immortal legendary stories in many extraordinary worlds. These equipments, because of their natural powerful characteristics, and the equipments of this series have left legends in many ecological worlds. Over thousands of years, legends and epics have been accumulated. This kind of equipment has built a legendary characteristic ecology in equipment science. When this kind of equipment is forged, it will have a certain fire of legendary characteristics. Just like there was no execution characteristic in the world. But as more people executed, execution characteristics were born. In the human world and other extraordinary races, Demon Series and Holy Furnace Series, equipment created many legendary stories and myths of the times. The legendary characteristics of this series of equipment were born. Equipment with legendary characteristics is very powerful. First, it has a strong growth ability. Although ordinary ring staffs can be advanced, they will be exhausted after 2 or 3 advancements. It is necessary to find more advanced materials to reforge. Ring staffs with legendary characteristics can be promoted from the 1st level to the 10th level without any problems. Second, it has extremely terrifying rune-carrying characteristics. The 4th order ring staff, carrying the 2nd ring state rune, is already the upper limit. And the 4th order ring staff with legendary characteristics, according to the strength of the legendary characteristics, at least a dozen ring states. If the legendary characteristics are strong, dozens of ring states are no problem. Third, it has incredible, legendary, destructiveness. The ring staff with legendary characteristics naturally has legendary damage. The stronger the legendary characteristics, the more amazing the destructive power. This is also the essential difference between legendary ring staff an ordinary ring staff. As for other characteristics that can be in line with the user's mind, can make the user more in line with the rune mystery, adapt to a variety of extraordinary states, etc., they are all characteristics that can be realized by upgrading the forging and investing different materials, and cannot be regarded as core characteristics. After thinking for a long time, Tucker looked at Baggins again. Then I should have basically reached the threshold for forging a legendary ring staff. But what about the forging materials? Tucker asked. Different paths require different materials. Baggins explained. The demon staff requires a demon soul, Lord level. Then a skeleton with legendary characteristics, not too much, just the size of a finger. A piece of void meteorite, this is not difficult to find, you have collected it in the treasure before. Finally, a fire of thought with legendary characteristics. That is your fire of thought and your legendary characteristics. Then pray to the great god of furnace and craftsman. At that time, I will become the projection container for forging and forge your legendary staff for you. The above is the basic process of the demon staff. If you want to forge the holy furnace staff, it will be simpler. You don't need a demon soul, but you need a soul contract, a contract witnessed by a divine ritual. You need to maintain a friendly attitude towards neutral believers of the god of furnace and craftsman. At this point, Baggins's explanation came to an end. Baggins's explanation made Tucker breathe a sigh of relief. It sounds very troublesome and consumes a lot of resources. But that is a legendary equipment forged in the tide of the times using a divine ritual. Baggins said seriously. Tucker nodded. Indeed. It's not that easy to create legendary equipment. And not everyone is qualified to forge it. Then let's talk about the forging price of the demon ring staff first. Tucker didn't want to be restricted by the god of furnace and craftsman. The demon ring staff is a little troublesome, but it will be very convenient after it is successfully forged. After thinking for a while, Baggins elaborated. The Star Trek monastery may have a lord-level demon soul. One level, about 30,000 magic gold. You cooperated with them with perfect level elite materials, so you should have a chance to get it. About 100,000 magic gold for the third level. Baggins said. Knowing the source of perfect level elite materials, Baggins could naturally guess that Tucker had cooperated with the Star Trek monastery. The price of this first material made Tucker's eyes twitch, and he had a bad premonition. There are basically no skeletons with legendary properties on the market. You need to get them from the Tower or the Trinity Church. If the price is high, it may be hundreds of thousands or even millions. If the relationship is good, I can sell it to you cheaper, maybe around 30,000 or 50,000. You already have void meteorite, so there is no need to say more about it. The legendary property is in your body and soul. Pray to the god of furnaces and craftsmen. I will teach you when the time comes. Then, it is the most important part of being a wizard. That is, you need to prepare the rune stone in the direction of the rune mystery you sense. A ring-shaped rune stone costs about 5,000 magic gold. You can calculate whether the rune stones you have are enough. If not, how many more do you need? Following Baggins' explanation, Tucker quickly calculated. Shadow, light, soul, wind, fire. Each one requires at least 5 rings. Just for runestones, I need to prepare 125,000 magic gold. Add some other materials, basically less than 300,000. Hiss. Even Tucker couldn't help but take a breath. But thinking about the incredible and powerful characteristics of the legendary ring staff, Tucker suppressed his thoughts. All the resources of about 300,000 obtained this time will be invested. It should be enough. Just right, after this wave of St. Lander steam ecology, there should be a period of calm. The Church of the Three Eyes and the underground Star Trek market need to be properly contacted. Tucker thought secretly. Chapter 223 The Bishop Visits. On the long street of Lamore, in the Tree Heart Crypt Tavern, Tucker in the corner folded up the St. Lander steam daily and put it down. Then he picked up the oak stone pot wine in front of him and took a sip. Although there was an unusual noise beside him at this time, the content described in the newspaper made Tucker feel particularly good. He looked through the glass window of the tavern and examined the fire path in the sky outside. The furnace heart fire path that used to be bright was now a little dim. Since the end of the steam war 3 days ago, the furnace heart fire path of St. Land has been in this relatively weak state. In order to deal with the invasion of the extremely threatening Netherblood Sea ecology, St. Land paid a huge price this time. And the effect was also remarkable. 4 Blood Clan bishops and 2 werewolf bishops were killed by the Saint Lander strongmen in this ecological war. Most of the power of the Nether Blood Sea was beaten back to the Nether Blood Sea world. A large number of bloodthirsty bats were torn to pieces. The Blood Clan castles collapsed in large numbers, and the ecology of the Blood Clan castles was also completely torn to pieces. This battle basically destroyed the roots of the Blood Clan. Today's Steam Daily is a perfect declaration of Saint Land's victory in this ecological war. At this time, it was indeed the case in the tavern. Many extraordinary people toasted and celebrated, sweeping away the haze of the past. Celebrating this hard-won victory, Tucker was a little worried about the amazing noise. They carried the tavern away. From the fall and escape of Lamore, to the betrayal of the group of shameless guys in the Black River Valley. Until now, Saint Land's underground world has been gradually infiltrated by the pollution of the Dark Sun. Saint Land has been passively defending and taking beatings. And today, this steam ecological war. Finally, Saint Land stopped the decline. At least, Saint Land is no longer the Saint Land who can only shrink his head and take a beating. Before, he was timid, but now he strikes hard. And the opponents suffered heavy losses. Anyone would feel comfortable. In addition, what makes Tucker even happier is this trip to his underground. Under the pursuit of the 6th level, Netherworld, Blood Clan, strongmen who wanted to kill me, Tucker was forced to exile the other party. It can be regarded as an extra contribution to this ecological war. After drinking, Tucker stood up and prepared to go to the Steam Lighthouse on Lamore Street. After Tucker came back, Ziller talked to Tucker privately, hoping that Tucker could stay at the Lamore Steam Lighthouse for a while and help the Lamore Steam Lighthouse recover as soon as possible. When entering the spiritual world through the gate of the spiritual world, a huge steam lighthouse that was like a ruin and was basically about to be unstable appeared in front of Tucker. The breath of death, withering, and decay permeated. And the source energy steam engine, which is the core of the entire steam lighthouse, also made a harsh, hoarse, and wailing roar at this time. It seemed that it might die at any time. As the steam lighthouse in the Tree Heart City area of Saint Land, it bears the transmission of ecological power from the upper steam tower of Saint Land. At the same time, it also endured the counterattack from the Nether Blood Sea. As the steam lighthouse of the war itself, the steam lighthouses in many places have been broken. The steam lighthouse here on Lamore Street can still be preserved. A large part of it is due to luck. Of course, it is not all luck. The satellite steam lighthouse that Tucker pretended to break through, under the effect of the barrier force, suffered little loss. Tucker estimated that the barrier force of the number 5 satellite steam lighthouse had a certain relationship with the main lighthouse not being damaged and collapsed. Tucker didn't know that such an ecological war would happen before. Now he knows. Then when this main steam lighthouse is repaired, Tucker will naturally strengthen the barrier force of the main lighthouse. Many extraordinary people outside are celebrating. At this time, around the steam lighthouse, several miserable earthcasters are casting various earth spells to repair the tower. There is no doubt about the skills and repairability of the Earth Brothers. In Saint Land, you must always believe in these earthcasters who can build tall buildings on flat ground. After all, Saint Land's current size was built bit by bit by these earthcasters. Tucker came to the dark soil layer below the steam lighthouse silently. This is where the source energy steam engine is located. As soon as he entered, Tucker felt several powerful auras notice him. There was Blang, Count Oslin Lawrence, and Christ. These steam sequence extraordinary people all acted as human steam engines here. To help the source energy steam engine repair the damaged ecology of the entire lighthouse as soon as possible. Andre. A voice with a little doubt sounded. It was Count Oslin's question. Yes. Tucker nodded. Hilla also asked you to come here to practice. Practice? Don't you know yet? What? The other party's continuous questioning made Tucker a little confused. Has something big happened here? Tucker felt the other party's more formal tone. I think it would be better for Mr. Blank to explain it. After thinking about it, Count Oslin Lawrence said so. Blank, what happened? Tucker frowned. Blank took a deep breath and said slowly without opening his eyes. I have a good relationship with Blasphemer Tucker, and I think you should know this. And Blasphemer Tucker's resonance with the world has also been known by the Saint Landers top management. And here is one of the nodes where Tucker completed the resonance between Steam and the world. You carefully feel this place and the surrounding world, and carefully experience the resonance between them. This will help you understand the rune book. This has been confirmed by many people. Tucker was stunned at first, and then realized that he should show something. Really? It's so magical. Tucker's face was surprised. Blank's mouth twitched slightly. I told Tucker about the benefits Tucker brought to Tucker. He didn't want to open his eyes, just because he didn't want to see this slightly embarrassing scene. After a small episode, Tucker sat down by himself. The fusion of steam and the world has played a certain role in this ecological war. Has it also begun to play a role in the deep practice of the extraordinary people? Tucker couldn't help but think secretly. As Tucker felt it carefully, it was true. In the past few days, the steam circulation effect of those small ecological worlds and the Lamore Steam Lighthouse has been completed exceptionally well. Even though the Lamore Steam Lighthouse is now in ruins. But the small ecology of the steam world outside has the ability to operate the steam ecology independently. And it is circulating with the Lamore Steam Lighthouse. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the Lamore Tower did not collapse. As Tucker felt it carefully, a part of the world power that was fused with the surrounding ecological steam and the world was fed back to Tucker again. Feeling the world power pouring in like a small stream, Tucker's mind quickly entered a wonderful state of calm. This time when absorbing the world power again, Tucker's perception of the surrounding world was clearer. At the same time, Tucker also felt that the power from the dark sun dimension was grazing these ecosystems. Even the other party changed their strategy. Not only did they graze the extraordinary ecology of the original spiritual world biological community, they also wanted to graze the steam world ecology built by Tucker. Tucker, who noticed this scene, couldn't help laughing. It seems that guy doesn't know that I have noticed his existence, otherwise he wouldn't have the courage to continue grazing. Well, I can find this guy by force now, but he will definitely notice it and might run away. Wait until the surrounding steam world is transformed more thoroughly. I can find this guy's location quietly. At that time, he will be able to experience the joy of fighting a group of people alone. In addition, wait until the steam lighthouse is almost repaired, go to the dungeon. The demon soul over there in the Star Trek market is more important. Confirm this resource first and then talk about other things. With this thought, Tucker entered a state of harmony with the world. Continue to comprehend the mysteries of the light rune and the flame rune. These two rune mysteries are the main directions of Tucker's current perception. In the perception of the rune mysteries, time passed quickly. When Tucker was wandering in the world of the mysteries of the light rune and the mysteries of the fire rune, bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Tucker was slightly startled, and then he felt around. But he didn't send a message that there was anyone around. Tucker gathered his mind and looked carefully at the depths. Sure enough, in the dream lair. Outside the dream hut that Tucker naturally defended, the three-eyed Bishop Martha Clark came to visit in the dream lair. As Tucker examined, Bishop Martha Clark also felt Tucker's gaze. The next moment, the eyes of the two met in reality and dreams. Looking at the visit of the bishop, Tucker could obviously feel that the other party should have something important. After all, now is a weak period after the war, and many places need bishop-level strongmen to be stationed. This critical node, if it is not a major matter, this bishop will not visit easily. Immediately, Tucker collected his mind and fell into dream. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Dream Lair. The dark and silent outline of dark sun clearly emerged in the sky of the dream lair. A bloody halo lingered around the outline of dark sun, and then the blood curtain was like a waterfall, soaking the entire barren and dilapidated dream wasteland. On the wasteland, a lonely and dilapidated dream hut stood on it. Martha Clark looked at the surrounding scene and the lonely dream hut. Squeak. The door of the dream hut opened, and the outline of Tucker's figure emerged. Bevis Twain has already told me about the underground trip. This time, you exiled a powerful 6th-level vampire, and you did a good job. Bishop Martha Clark's tone was soothing and calm, with a warm smile on her face. Originally, Tucker wanted to say, in fact, I was just forced to fight back. But seeing Martha Clark's warm and holy smile, after thinking about it, Tucker said in a gentle voice, "This is what I should do." When Tucker was forced to fight back before, The fluctuations caused were not small. Bevis Twain, who was nearby, could not have been unaware. Now it seems that Bevis Twain was probably watching. Tucker estimated that the other party was more likely to have the intention of saving him. He just didn't expect that the 6th level, Nether, Blood Clan, who the two of them couldn't beat together, was banished by Tucker. The Nether, Blood Clan can help the Nether Blood Sea fight against the steam ecology. You exiled that powerful bishop, the Nether, Blood Clan, which indirectly helped us to complete the attack on the Nether Blood Sea. At the same time, Martha Clark looked around. Your development of the surrounding steam and world ecology has also effectively helped St. Rand. Your existence is now of great help to St. Rand. Martha Clark looked at Tucker and her tone was as soothing as always, and it made people calm. I came here this time for a few things. The first thing is that Bevis Twain will arrive at Lamore Street to guard the lighthouse in the next few days. Is Bevis Twain a master in the Three-Eyed God Church? Tucker asked with some curiosity. Bevis Twain is one of the candidates for the next bishop. Martha Clark explained slowly. Bishop candidate? Tucker raised his eyebrows. No wonder he is so powerful. He is a candidate for the bishop level. It seems that this guy is the talent I need. Then, Martha Clark continued to narrate. Bevis is coming here can help you better protect the safety of Lamore Street. At the same time, you should also pay attention to these things. The demon hunters who cooperated with you before came from the foreign supernatural world. You should know this. I know. Tucker nodded. The reason why they can come here is largely because Grand Duke Syrians opened the world channel. And this leads to another thing. Bishop Martha's tone became solemn. That is, many powerful hunters have come to our world one after another. And as a place where the power of the tide of the times converges, St. Rand is one of their footholds. Some of these powerful hunters are born to hunt geniuses. At present, many extraordinary people with strong talents have been hunted. These hunters will not let you go just because you are a member of the St. Rand Tower or a member of the Three-Eyed God Church. Nowadays, the entire St. Rand ecosystem is in a state of injury and it will take a long time to recover. I have a lot of things to do, and it is impossible to put all my experiences here in Lamore. You have to be careful about those foreign hunters from outside. Yes, Tucker nodded carefully. When Tucker was in the tavern before, he also noticed some faces with some exotic characteristics. These foreign visitors came to our Auga Twin Stars extraordinary world and visited St. Rand. Could it be that they also plotted the things that our extraordinary world is about to usher in? Tucker thought secretly. Bishop Martha on the side continued to speak slowly. You are now quite strong and have a certain ability to protect yourself. Bevis is here to replace me for some time. Bevis Twain went deep underground with you this time and praised you very much. Even the Archbishop called him over and asked him about you in detail. Tucker smiled when he heard this. Tucker was quite clear about the attention paid to him by the Three-Eyed Church. At the same time, Tucker did not rely too much on the protection of the Three-Eyed Church. No matter how strong the protection of others is, it is not as practical as Tucker hiding his identity and strengthening his strength. In addition, after considering this period of time, have you thought about the resources for cultivating the God's favored ones? Bishop Martha asked this, and Tucker raised his eyebrows. Tucker had planned to ask Bishop Martha about the legendary skeleton before. Unexpectedly, Bishop Martha just bumped into him now. I need a skeleton with legendary characteristics. Tucker said cautiously. Legendary skeleton. Bishop Martha was startled. She did not expect that Tucker would directly ask for such an expensive resource. Immediately, Bishop Martha realized something. You want to forge your legendary weapon? Yes. Tucker nodded. Bishop Martha thought for a moment and then nodded. At present, the tide of the times is gathering in St. Land. Even the extraordinary people from foreign lands are constantly rushing to St. Land. With the various deeds you have created in St. Land, you can indeed forge your own legendary weapon. Moreover, before this, the vision of the god of furnaces and craftsmen had appeared in the Dwarf Street. Obviously, there are other geniuses who are borrowing the tide of St. Land to forge the fire of legendary weapons. Then, Bishop Martha thought and looked at Tucker. Then what kind of legendary weapon do you want to forge? Devil's Ring Staff. Tucker said straightforwardly. Demon Ring Staff? That will require a lot of souls, flesh and blood, and extraordinary characteristics to feed it, and killing will follow you like a shadow. However, this doesn't seem to be a big problem for you. Tucker. You didn't even try to persuade me? Just agreed. However, now that Saint Land is surrounded by powerful enemies, kindness and forgiveness will only make the enemy get more and more aggressive. Perhaps the three-eyed God Church would rather have a person who kicks the demon's head like a ball and uses thunder and lightning to attack the enemy, the God-favored one. Bishop Martha spoke slowly while Tucker was thinking. Legendary bones. This kind of resource is very rare and precious. I need to apply to the Archbishop. With your identity as the God-favored one and the blasphemer Tucker, it is not a big problem to apply for it. It just takes some time. The Church's review of this kind of important resources is still relatively strict. Tucker was slightly relieved after listening to Bishop Martha's explanation. It's okay if it can be approved. It's totally fine to wait a little longer. After all, I need some time to prepare other materials for legendary equipment such as the demon ring staff. Before, Tucker was worried that the Three-Eyed God Church would not approve materials such as legendary bones. Once the Three-Eyed God Church does not approve it, it will be quite troublesome if there is no outside market. Fortunately, there is no big problem on the Three-Eyed God Church side. Your extraordinary talent can make it easy for you to fit in with the world around you, right? Bishop Martha, who was examining Tucker, spoke slowly. Yes. Tucker admitted this directly. This is something that anyone with a discerning eye can see. You who have absorbed the power of the angel sequence can also withstand the burning of the Holy Sun, right? Bishop Martha asked again. Although I don't quite understand why Bishop Martha asked this. But Tucker still responded affirmatively. The holy flame is one of my forms. Listening to Tucker's affirmative answer, Bishop Martha laughed softly. This time I came here, in fact, there is another thing, that is, the transaction between His Excellency Archbishop Reagan Joe and you. Transaction. Tucker was stunned. There is also this transaction? How come I don't know? Bishop Martha began to talk with a little smile. You are already at the 3rd level. In the future, when you are promoted to the 4th level, you will need the meditation secret book to build a supernatural state. His Excellency Archbishop Reagan Joe, he wants to use this special supernatural state meditation secret book, Sacred Sun, World, Meditation Secret Book, that he has kept for a long time to complete a deal with you. Sacred Sun, World, Meditation Secret Book. Just by hearing the name, Tucker knew that such a rare secret book was not something that ordinary people could master. This is a mysterious meditation book that His Excellency the Archbishop obtained from ancient ruins, and it was a gift from an angel. At the same time, you can also regard it as a sealed meditation book. You need to be suitable enough, or have a high enough corresponding talent, to be able to open it. And this deal is. Bishop Martha paused. If you can learn the meditation books here, His Excellency Archbishop Reagan Joe hopes that you can build a tower here in the future and leave behind the ecological sequence tree of the meditation method. Holy Sun, World, Meditation Secret Book. Holy Sun, you must have a high enough talent for light or flame. World, you must have a certain, world, talent. And this is a gift from a mysterious angel to the Archbishop. As you can imagine, the threshold for opening must be extremely high. But Tucker has enough confidence. I accept this deal. If I can open and learn this secret book gifted from an angel, I will build the meditation sequence seed of this secret book in Saint Land at the right time in the future. To be promoted to the 4th level, every extraordinary person needs a corresponding meditation and practice secret book to build his own extraordinary state. Tucker had not thought about which form of extraordinary state he would build in the first step. Therefore, he did not take the initiative to choose the corresponding meditation secret book. Now, with a powerful secret book gifted by an angel, then Tucker's first form of extraordinary state, the direction is very clear. The combination of light and fire, with the Holy Sun's blazing state. This will be Tucker's first form. And this form can perfectly exert the power of Steam Angel. It can stably exert the Steam Angel form. Then there is no need to rush to condense and construct the shadow state. After all, Steam Angel is more adaptable than the shadow state in terms of form. As for the Steam Angel form, the concealment is not strong enough. But Tucker can use the legendary Devil Ring Staff to solve this problem. After the content of several aspects was agreed. Before leaving, Martha Clark finally said, Bevis Twain will come in a few days. I will tell him not to get too close to you, so as not to discover your identity. At the same time, I will also let him bring you the Holy Sun, World, Meditation Secret Book, given to you by His Excellency the Archbishop. As for the legendary skeleton, I will contact you again after I get the things." As Bishop Martha Clark left, the surrounding dreams began to become hazy. Tucker also quietly exited this strange dream. After carefully sorting out the content of the discussion with Bishop Martha Clark in his mind, Tucker exhaled lightly. "Not only did I get the legendary skeleton, but I also got the powerful Transcendent Meditation secret book for the next promotion to the 4th level. Just wait for the Lamore Lighthouse to be built, and then go to the underground city Star Trek market in the next Grey Day cycle." While thinking, Tucker gradually gathered his mind and entered into the perception of the room mystery again. The few days before being trapped in the underground world, when Tucker was communicating with Bevis, Bevis told Tucker, after being promoted to a mid-level transcendent, the rune mystery will become a key link in how far the strong can go in the future. In addition to building towers to absorb source energy, improve levels, and expand capabilities, the transcendents. Building steam towers can also allow the transcendents to more effectively and deeply fit the source energy and more easily perceive the mysteries of the classics. Tucker, who already has incredible talents in rune mysteries, now spends most of his time on these two aspects. Time flies by in Tucker's immersion, and the entire huge steam lighthouse is constantly being repaired under the spells of the Earthcasters, and gradually has its previous appearance. At the same time, the steam ecology of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse is also recovering rapidly. While drinking in the tavern outside, Tucker also heard a lot of extraordinary people talking about the faster ecological recovery of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse than other lighthouses. Tucker and several other human energy steam engines in the Lamore Steam Lighthouse played a certain role. But the greater role is still the many small ecosystems that have completed the transformation of steam ecology. They continuously provide steam energy to the Lamore Lighthouse, which is the main force for the recovery of the Lamore Steam Lighthouse. Unknowingly, the alternation of gray days has come again. St. Lander Underground City. Although it has been another half a month since the ecological war, but there is still a fishy smell floating in the black market area of the underground city. Tucker heard that it seemed to be caused by too many bloodbaths dying deep underground. At the same time, after the ecological war, the werewolves, blood tribes, and the human temple of the Dark Sun Church all stopped at the same time. There is no doubt that this wave of war hurt the Dark Sun Church. But Tucker knew that it would only hurt more next time. Once Tucker's demon ring staff is successfully forged, a new round of brutal killing will officially start. Demon ring staff, no matter whether the core material demon soul is level 2, level 3, or level 4. After forging successfully, demon ring staff will become a level 1 ring staff. Compared with the Holy Furnace ring staff, it can be upgraded by injecting source energy experience during forging. The level of the Holy Furnace ring staff can be directly upgraded to the corresponding level of forging. But demon ring staff is different. Demon ring staff needs to be upgraded through killing. Only through continuous killing can the level of demon ring staff be upgraded to the corresponding forging level. This is also the reason why the demon wand has the word demon in it. In the magical hut behind the Star Trek market, when the refiner in front of him proposed to buy the demon soul, the bishop of the Star Trek monastery, Gustav, was slightly surprised. Then he quickly searched for information in his mind for which super genius appeared in St. Land recently. During this period, a large number of extraordinary people gathered in St. Land, and many foreign geniuses also came to St. Land. Whether it is the Dark Sun Church, the Dark Sun human race, the werewolf, or the blood race, or the St. Land Tower, some powerful extraordinary families, or the Dark Sun Church, etc. There are many geniuses who have become famous. There are endless events of genius masters making appointments for battles. With the surge of the tide of the times, there are many extraordinary people who want to use the power of the times to forge the legendary fire. Although the price is a bit high, once successful, it will be a bloody profit. After all, it is a legendary fire. A powerful weapon with legendary characteristics. Even if there is no way to continue to be the trendsetter of the times, there is no way to continue to use the tide of the times and the legendary characteristics of its own precipitation to promote a legendary weapon. But as long as it is forged, life will not stop, and the legendary fire will not be extinguished. The forged legendary weapon will be used for a lifetime. And this characteristic is indeed in line with the legendary characteristics. After all, no one can be sure who will create a legend. An unknown person, with great accumulation, becomes an extraordinary master and pursues the road of legend. This kind of thing has similar stories in many extraordinary worlds and waves of different times. Even in the biography of the great three-eyed god, there are legendary stories about the three-eyed god leaving his hometown when he was young and transforming in pain and blood. As long as the holder of the forged legendary weapon holds it, the fire of the legendary characteristics will never go out. Nowadays, Saint Land is at the intersection of the entire Steam Age, the intersection of destiny, and the roaring tide of the times. Gustav can hear the roar of the waves from the times in his dreams. In fact, there are many people who want to buy Demon Soul from the Star Trek Monastery. Before this, the Star Trek Monastery did sell 2 Demon Souls at a high price. Normally, the Star Trek Monastery can completely refuse such a rash request. What's more, it is just a 3rd-level extraordinary person. At least, you have to come with a bishop to give the Star Trek Monastery face. Gustav will sell it to you. But, the refiner in front of him is a little different. This refiner is definitely a gold mountain. This matter has been fully confirmed during this period. Even in the future, Gustav may seek help from the other party. All the materials required for 1 year are refined, and some additional level 40 elite materials are required. You will get a 3rd-level Demon Soul from me at the price of 100,000 magic gold. This is a friendly price. Gustav's opening made Tucker laugh lightly. So happy, it seems that my identity as a refiner is becoming more and more effective. Deal. Tucker said straightforwardly. With Demon Souls confirmed, Tucker vaguely heard the forging sound of the tide of the times, roaring. Chapter 225 Hunter, Prey. On the long street of Lamor, the Tree Heart Crypt Tavern. Today, there are fewer customers. The main reason is that after this wave of ecological war, the attack and infiltration of the Dark Sun Church has temporarily ceased. This gives many extraordinary people a rare opportunity to explore the spiritual world. Not only are there few idle extraordinary people in Lamor, but also in other places, as the steam lighthouses of the spiritual world are gradually repaired, the number of idle extraordinary people is also small. In front of the bar, Tucker, who was holding a large plate of food and drinks, glanced at the bar. He happened to see Carlos reading a newspaper not far away. While examining him, Tucker raised his eyebrows. The level has been raised by 1 level, and the ecology has become much more solid, and the source energy has become more refined. The last time I asked Xyluor, I heard that she asked Blank to take care of Carlos and train this guy. It seems to be quite effective. Tucker smiled. When we go to the spirit world and see Blank later, ask him to step up his efforts. After all, these days, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. If you don't have some powerful weapons in your hands, you can't defend a piece of land. Tucker walked over, put down the plate and the wine, and drank it in big gulps. After lowering the newspaper and seeing that it was the fire-breathing wizard Andre, Carlos glanced at it for a few more times, then retracted his gaze and continued to read the newspaper. What he was reading was the extraordinary ocean page. During this period, there have been many interesting things in the extraordinary ocean and the world waterfall. Even some mysterious ocean legends are constantly emerging. Tucker was eating while feeling the gains of this trip to the underground black market. It took more than a week. Tucker worked overtime to refine the elite and leader-level materials promised to Gustav and completed the 1-year quota. And Tucker also got a 3rd-level Lord-level Demon Soul as promised. And the reward Tucker had to pay was 100,000 magic gold. It was deducted from the share of materials that year. This time, Tucker enjoyed the great benefits of being a refiner. Otherwise, with his ordinary 3rd-level extraordinary identity, the 6th-level Gustav would definitely not sell such a precious resource to Tucker. Although this week was a bit hard. But the 3rd-level Demon Soul was obtained. The most important core problem of the legendary Demon Ring staff was solved so easily by Tucker. This made Tucker feel quite good. For a week, Tucker only drank water and meditated. After returning, the first thing he did was to have a good meal, and then meditate deeply for a long time. It felt perfect. Regular and reasonable squeezing of soul power helps to improve soul activity. As a wizard, Tucker naturally understands this truth. After eating and drinking, he was about to borrow some newspapers from Carlos to read and supplement what happened in the past few days. Woo-woo. The wind from the shadow layer suddenly swept in. Crackle. The newspapers were blown and rustled. Tucker frowned slightly, and heard the wailing of the shadow flame wolf for help. Tucker's soul curtain flickered slightly and escaped into the spirit world. The shadow flame wolf that asked Tucker for help immediately jumped into the soul curtain. Then, the soul curtain passed through a phase and carried the shadow flame wolf into the shadow of the real world. The whole process was silent. Carlos on the opposite side hurriedly pressed down the newspaper that was blown up. He looked at the fire-breathing wizard Andre on the opposite side and vaguely felt something strange, but couldn't say it. Injured. Feeling the weak breath of the shadow wolf in the soul curtain, Tucker frowned slightly. Ordinary people don't have the ability to hunt in the shadow lair. And this is a third-level shadow wolf leader. Could it be that group of hunters? During the period after the ecological war, those hunters were the most popular in Saint Land. These hunters hunted werewolves, vampires, and those evil sons at the same time. As the hunters became more famous, some bad information was also mixed in. That is, they would also hunt some talented extraordinary people in Saint Land. Although they knew that they did it, there was no ready-made evidence. Even if they were caught, it could only be said to be a personal act. This made it difficult for Saint Land, which released recruitment information to many extraordinary people, to restrain the poaching style of these foreign hunters. As Tucker examined it, as expected, there were several shadow-shaped hunter sequence extraordinary people near the shadow lair, sniffing the traces of the shadow flame wolf. Hunter sequence. They have powerful melee capabilities and perfect concealment capabilities. At the same time, they can build powerful traps to hunt powerful creatures. In tracking the traces of prey, they also have incredible insight. Prey injured in their hands basically cannot escape. In addition to these basic sequence abilities, they can use their own extraordinary characteristics and means to cause extremely strong restraint damage to creatures with monster characteristics. For example, Tucker's shadow wolf was obviously hit by the power of light, and the tearing damage still remained on its body, and the dark power was constantly dissipating at the wound position. If the hunt is successful, they can gain a lot of source energy experience. If they hunt a powerful leader-level creature, they can gain the enhancement of extraordinary characteristics. Improve their hunting characteristics. After learning about the extraordinary people in the hunter sequence, Tucker had already told the shadow flame wolf to be careful. But today, it was still targeted. Just as Tucker was thinking about whether to go to the high tower of the spirit world lair on the long street to avoid these hunters' pursuit of the prey's traces. Bang! The half-body door of the tavern was directly knocked open by the fierce and barbaric breath. 4 burly hunters like black bears broke in. The leading hunter was leading a fierce black-scaled dog, and the cold scales were shining coldly. Animal skins, scimitars, blow darts, animal bags, totem skins, and other standard items were hung on these burly hunters. The floor on the ground creaked under their feet. They didn't care about the eyes of many extraordinary people. These hunters, who were generally above level 35, seemed to have come to an uninhabited wasteland. Leading the black-scaled dog that was sniffing for traces, they walked in with a swagger. The black-scaled dog sniffed along the aisle, and soon turned back and stopped beside Tucker and Carlos. The sense of smell is quite sensitive, worthy of being a superhound specially raised by hunters. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Friend, this is a tavern, and it is also one of the entrances to the spiritual world lighthouse. Please don't make trouble here. Carlos, who collected the Saint Land steam daily, looked at the 4 burly and big hunters with a calm face. And these 4 hunters simply disdained Carlos' words. The hunters were looking at Tucker with the same expression as they were looking at their prey. The hunter holding the black-scaled dog looked at Tucker coldly. Hand over the shadow wolf, and we can spare you the trouble. Otherwise, you can't leave this tavern today. Tucker smiled a little when he heard it. He shook his shoulders a little comfortably, and then leaned back gently on the back of the sofa. Tucker's right hand immediately grabbed the fate revolver from the wizard's sleeve and revealed it. He turned the wheel gently. Da-da-da. The crisp sound was extremely pleasant. Tucker then gradually looked at the 4 hunters and said seriously, "This guy has been hungry for a long time. It can't wait to see you take action. 4 third-level extraordinary people are enough for it to eat until it is full. You, please do it." The strange and deterrent taboo texture, as well as the faint smell of death. The 4 hunters with a keen sense of smell felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. And this wizard, who was only at the 3rd level, was even more fearless than their hunters. They estimated that they might hide a steel plate today. At this moment, a silhouette appeared at the entrance of the tavern. "My friend, your magic wolf ate our 2 hunters. This matter can't just let it go. Really, Tucker raised his eyebrows and looked at the entrance. Then I'll ask to confirm the situation first. After a moment, Tucker nodded and said, "You are allowed to hunt, but my magic wolf is not allowed to eat, right? In addition, my magic wolf said that your 2 hunters tasted very good. Are you satisfied now?" As soon as these words came out, not only did Carlos, who was opposite Tucker, look a little depressed. Even some guests not far away were ready to run away at any time once the fight started. "I have given you the explanation, 10 counts," Tucker said lazily. "Get out of here within 10 counts, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, when the sheriff comes to collect your bodies, don't blame me for not reminding you." Tucker's aggressiveness finally made the hunters dare not act rashly. "Go." After a few seconds, the hunter in the aisle spoke coldly. Immediately, the hunters looked at Tucker coldly and turned away. Tucker smiled and walked towards the back door. Tucker knew that those guys who had done something to him would definitely catch up. Since they refused to give up, Tucker would give them a chance to talk to the God of Death. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.